with Jason Ross.
No, he didn't. Yes, he did.
Call or text at 916-339-1140.
It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason.
Figured what out?
So I know what you should do. I know where I have an idea. I know.
Okay, all right.
I know where you should go to work.
Okay.
You would be great. Like,
all
you're
right.
great here, but
I am.
Dude,
I'm a free agent.
How good would you be?
All right.
At Capital Public Radio introducing classical music.
Oh, that'd be so.
Oh my
funny.
God, it'd be so pearly.
So funny.
It's 3:54. I'm Nate Littlefield. Here's Beethoven with some classical thing.
Yes. Some classical thing.
Yes. Be amazing.
Here's Mozart. I just pronounced all the names wrong.
Here's Mozart. Hey, everybody, it's Chopin. Yeah, exactly.
I've been reading some Socrates lately.
That's a Bill and Ted.
It is a Bill and Ted.
That was my wife's favorite part of the whole movie. Socrates.
Yeah, it's very funny. You a Bill and Ted 1 or Bill and Ted 2 guy?
I actually enjoyed both. I really do.
Yeah.
I think they're both fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
I enjoyed both of those. You've never seen them.
Nope.
I'm used. I don't even need to ask. I know that Farmington over here is, who grew up watching Farmington. You grew up
very
watching
clever
country music videos on a cassette tape, on a VCR tape.
Yeah.
She hasn't seen Bill and Ted's. They didn't have. They were lucky enough to have power. Like, it's not like, you know what I'm saying.
All right.
Their entertainment was Milk and Bessie, and that's going to be a gift.
Mm-hmm.
I just already know in advance.
Verlad's been making gifts of everyone now.
Forever, but
has he really?
Yes.
Yeah, he's been dropping ones of Frankie. We have like a producer chat where you put your guests or what's going on the show, and we'll get ones of Frankie doing silly things.
If you think I'm bad with anytime any innuendo is dropped by accident or whatever, Chris makes me look like I'm.
Everything is an innuendo to you.
Trust me, Chris is worse.
Wow.
Trust me.
I think he is, yeah.
Yeah, he is absolutely the worst. But hey, we love him, and we love all of you. And it is Friday. You have just about made it, ladies and gentlemen, on a very cool,
it's nice
Labor Day weekend. That's going to tick off a lot of people not named me. I love it, but everybody around me is super pissed that it's my wife is livid that it's going to be this cool all weekend long. We'll be up in the mountain, and it's like
60 degrees up there,
62 63 with a little bit of rain. I love that. You know what that tells me? Stew, soups, instant pot things.
Stew.
Yes,
it tells me stew.
That's exactly it. You're darn right. But people have other plans. That's fine. How did you sleep this morning? Last night, I should say. I know this is weird.
You know what? I didn't take a nap yesterday. I did the day before. So at about 7:00, I was like super tired, but I went home and was productive.
What time did you go to bed then?
I went to bed around 9-ish. I think I might have stayed up a little later on the reels. It's an addiction.
Oh, watching. Just flipping through.
Yeah, it's an addiction.
I was watching,
poison.
Yeah, it really is.
Yeah,
I watch. I do watch reels, but I watch. My daughter and I scroll through French Bulldog reels of them doing stuff. That last night was French Bulldog wearing a watermelon rind for a half.
Yeah,
we were laughing about that all night.
That's funny.
Yeah, it's funny. That's what that's the reels I watch. But if it's not reels, you're watching. your TV show.
My show that I'm watching, and by the way, don't give me a hard time. You're the one that begged me to watch this show.
Oh, The Bear.
The Bear.
No, that's good. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, it's only good if you recommend it.
Yeah.
Yes. The arrogance of you.
Yes.
Why do you have glitter on your face? Where have you been?
Do I have glitter on my face?
You do.
Uh-oh. Someone was off 50 the other night.
New endorsement. Why do I? Oh,
and don't
no,
sit there.
I
Don't
know,
sit there and go like this, like it's gonna come off.
I know exactly why I have glitter on my face. Golly, my mother. So my mother made. I actually have photographic proof here. My mom came over with my dad for my wife's birthday, even though it was they came over for family dinner. And she usually makes a certain type of cake for me and my sister, but my wife requested, she likes funfetti cakes, the funfetti cake and the frosting and all that,
like the traditional birthday cake.
Yeah. And my wife loves she likes skulls, you know what I'm saying, like she'll like little skulls on her on her, like she'll have a little
pretty hardcore.
Because my wife was like,
what's your favorite band?
Her favorite band?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I've only been married to her for
I've
17
influenced
years.
her enough to where we like a lot of the same music. But I think when I met her, it was like, Christ, Motley and Snow Patrol and just all this dumb stuff. Nah, Motley's not dumb. And anyway, she was just like a little punk. When I met my wife, dude, she had a tongue ring. Right?
I had a tongue ring.
Yeah, she had a
thing at the time.
Bunch of earrings, like all the earrings that went up her ear and stuff. You know what I'm saying? She had all this. All
she
these
was
piercings.
A product of the time,
right? I mean, she was. She went to she was.
Because that was like what, early 2000s, right?
When we met.
Yeah.
No. Yeah. Mid 2000s. Like
let's do the math on how old my daughter is.
2005.
Yeah.
Is when we met.
Yeah.
Right. October
Where'd you
2005.
meet?
Where did we meet? One of my best friends, who's a bassist in a local band that I knew for a long time, ended up working with my now wife and introduced us via email.
Are you talking about Mike?
Mike Hernandez, yeah. And so Mikey introduced us via email, and then we started emailing the three of us, and then we started talking on the phone, the three of us. He was really good about this. And then eventually she and I broke off to, talk amongst ourselves. We actually talked for about a month before we ever met. And then our first date, how about this? Our first date was Halloween 05.
Oh, wow.
And
what were you wearing?
I was just wearing
costume?
No, we weren't costumed because
he dressed as himself, which was scary enough.
Oh, a clown.
Thank you. Wow. Well done, kind of, but damn.
Yeah, sorry.
So I was giving you job advice earlier, and that's how you respond to me.
You're right, and it was really good.
It was really legit.
I literally
advice
just
too.
Applied on Indeed. Right?
Yeah, Indeed.
I'm leaving halfway through the show today.
So how's this to start a marriage? Our first date was Halloween. I was taking my ex-girlfriend's son trick-or-treating, and Melissa.
She was an ex at the time?
Oh, my ex.
Well, let's hope so.
Yeah. My ex.
He had her son.
We've been broken up for like 6 months, but we had been together for like 2 years. He never had a man in his life, and
he's never had a man in his life.
Thank you. And wow, that's 2. 2 strikes, and I turn into the Hulk. And then, I didn't want to be like, all right, lady, we're done, but screw you, kid. So he and I maintained a relationship, and I promised him I'd take it. He was like 9. I promised I'd take him trick or treating. So she said, "What are you doing for Halloween?" And I told her, I was like, I can't imagine you want to go. She's like, "Oh, yeah, it's so cute. I'll go." Back when she had feelings, and so she joined us, and we were off to the races.
That's interesting.
We took my ex's son trick or treating on our first date, and then 2 years and almost to the day from that night, we were married with 2 kids.
With 2 kids,
Woof.
yes.
Let me tell you, not the way you want to start. We did it backwards. That was not the way to go. In fact, later today in Safer Out, we're going to have a question about both of our weddings, as a matter of fact.
Oh, dear.
Yeah. You might want to read ahead of.
I don't want to. I want to be surprised.
Okay. So anyway, there's a little background. Welcome in. Hi, how are you? Yeah. So why did I get on that subject? Because my mother came over with my dad, and she got, of course, glitter candles.
No, okay. So here's the thing about your mom too that I absolutely love. So I can't. It was several years ago.
There's a skull cake.
Oh my gosh!
See that? How cute is that?
That is
she
cute.
made a skull cake.
That's pretty scary.
Yeah. It would be scarier if it were black.
Why? The skull cake?
To make a black skull cake.
What would you do though? Like, what would you put into? I guess dark chocolate. I'm just trying to.
No, there's food coloring.
That would be. Oh, orange.
I have like a whole set of food coloring because I'll color like Jade's pancakes or waffles and do them different colors and do little designs and stuff on them.
I'll get back to what you like about my mother.
She bedazzles everything.
Yeah,
she has a cane that is like a king's bedazzled cane.
Yes.
Like she is all about that.
My mother is
She's about the life.
My mother is basically like if Tinkerbell had Parkinson's. Was walking around just shedding glitter everywhere without any, she like dogs shed. She gets up off of our couch and it's just, it looks like, it looks like Tink passed away on the couch. And so we have glitter for the rest of our
your house looks like it's a flop house.
Yes, it does. And glitter,
for ladies of the night,
right? Glitter is not. Glitter is like about as easy to get rid of as herpes. It just does. Just when you think it's gone, glitter. And
it's back again. It's the gift that keeps on giving.
Yay! All right, we'll take a break. Shouts to Parkinson's, herpes. And my mother. When we get back, let's lead it off. We had a big introduction for the Sacramento Kings yesterday. Kayte was not in attendance. And we also have a new king, as we asked for a year ago. Monte McNair, you asketh, and he giveth, and he will join us at 9 a.m.
Is that on the phone or StreamYard?
StreamYard. Wasn't this on the
Okay, we'll do this off air.
Yeah, we can on it. I don't care. So Monty
via the Folsom Lake Honda hotline. Folsom Lake Honda, right. Your one-stop Honda shop.
So we'll do that. Dave Richards going to join us today as well to talk a little fantasy football. You're going to want to take notes. And it's with Monty, who was wearing the puffy vest yesterday. Yeah, we're going to have a conversation about that as well. We've got him for the whole 9 o'clock, first part of the 9 o'clock. It's an exciting Friday show. Kayte, Dave, Nate, we're back, leading off SactownSports.com. Right after this.
The first ever NBA in-season tournament schedule is out, and our Kings have some great matchups, including national TV games against the Spurs and Warriors.
And Sacramento has won. They have risen to the occasion. And let me tell you, if you can't sense it, this place is absolutely nuts.
Listen to every game on the home of the Kings, Sactown Sports and Sactownsports.com. If your family depends on your income and something happened to you, what would happen to them? You need life insurance, and SelectQuote can help you get it at a price you can afford.
SelectQuote found Jacob, 40, who's in excellent health, a 10-year, $500,000 policy for only $19 a month.
Not in perfect health? Don't worry.
SelectQuote found Tanya, 40, who has type 2 diabetes, a 10-year, $500,000 policy for only $32 a month.
We shop companies like Protective, Prudential, American General, and others to find you the company with the best rates. Give your family the security they need at a price you can afford. For your free quote, call 1-800-885-5959. That's 1-800-885-5959. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-885-5959. SelectQuote. We shop, you save.
Get full details on the example policies at selectquote.com/commercials. Your premium could vary depending on your health, issuing company, and other factors. Not available in all states.
Let's do it. Leading off, the 3 top stories in the morning.
Huge news. This is very important.
Here's cut number 1.
Monty, thank you to everybody. You're here. It's very important for me. I'm really happy. I'm really excited. It was a big decision for my career, and I'm really happy to do it for Sacramento. I'm really thankful to the whole organization because throughout the last year, they came overseas. They show me their commitment. They show me how much they're interested and they want me to be here.
All right.
Gotta turn it on.
My turn today. Just trying to see here. So Sasha Vezenkov was born in Cyprus. He is Bulgarian, Greek, and Cyprian. I don't even know how you say.
Did you know he's trilingual? At least trilingual.
That makes.
That's very, very common.
This is all
overseas.
I care about. This is the important part. Doesn't he? His accent is very Vladi-ish, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like it's like Vlad. It's exactly like Vlade, but not as deep a voice. If you listen to him talk, I swear to God, he talks exactly like Vlad.
Thank you, Monty. Thank you to everybody. You're here.
Cadence.
It's very important
Yes,
for me.
the cadence.
It's the cadence.
Because the
It was a
voice.
big decision for my career. And
Yes.
Yeah.
100%.
Now that you say that, yeah. So I was there yesterday, and now I kind of, not to brag.
Look at
Katie,
you.
yeah, I didn't see you
Gonna
there.
do that with
Yeah,
Capital Public Radio.
it's okay.
Yeah. Fox was there though. Keegan was there.
Yeah, I
Brown
saw
was
that in the background.
Was Keegan carrying Baby Rain around? Because from what I understand, he's been like the Manny this offseason.
The Manny.
I did see a baby there. I don't think it was Rain though.
It was one of the King's babies, perhaps.
It was
but
a King's baby.
The star of the show was Sasha Vezenkov, and he is here. You know what I like? I like this about Keegan last year, and I like this about Sasha. Can we just take a moment and appreciate the fact that there is a new? I mean, for all intents and purposes, Sasha Vezenkov is like he's our lottery pick this year. He's the pick that we would normally have that comes in, even though we traded our pick away. Isn't it nice to be able to have somebody come in that's new, that is full of mystery and talent and who knows what, and not be sitting here going, there's the savior of the franchise.
Yeah.
Let's put all the pressure on them. And they're the ones that are going to take. He comes in, he could be whatever. He could be the sixth man of the year. He could win the 3-point contest. He could be an average NBA player. And you know what? I'm not going to say it doesn't matter. Of course, we want him to be great, but there's no pressure.
Well, I think the difference is that now this team has an established kind of hierarchy, if you will. And I mean, you look at the starting lineup and you even go into the bench and you're like, wow, there's some guys with some very solidified roles, some solid NBA talent, and you're not trying to fill major gaps anymore. Now you're trying to find someone that really is a plug-in piece that fits well into an already well-established system.
Which is great.
It's great in a lot of ways. You look at how Keegan was as a rookie. He was like the fourth or fifth option in the starting lineup. Like that has not been the case often over the last 15, 16 years.
We got a lot of sound from Sasha Vezenkov and his presser in general. It's nice to finally get him over here, and I'm sure he'll be house hunting and figuring out the area. I know he was asked.
Did you say figuring out?
Figuring out.
Okay.
The area.
I just couldn't hear you clearly.
You couldn't?
No.
We'll find out what she's talking about off the air because I'm afraid to ask. And apparently he's not been to In-N-Out yet, which is what everybody usually wants to know.
Monty interrupted and made sure everyone knew he hadn't been In-N-Out yet.
Did he? Okay, good.
This is like a thing in California.
Yes. Well,
it's like
started with Deer.
It's like a rite of passage.
It started with Deer and Fox saying he likes Whataburger.
Yeah, that's a Southern thing.
It's because he's from Texas. He's from
Houston.
And so he's getting, and I've been to Whataburger. I've been to In-N-Out. It's not close. It's not close. Nobody can legitimately go to both Whataburger and In-N-Out and be like, Whataburger has better hamburgers. Like, yeah, it's
animals. You have to get animal style.
Yes, you do have to get it.
You got to know the secret menu for In-N-Out. That's the thing.
All right, number 2.
Cut number 2.
Boy, it's back. Oh, McGee! JaVale McGee! My favorite player, JaVale McGee. He thinks he's a point guard, but he's more like Johnson.
Oh,
that's what
brutal.
we picked. We picked
that's just
Shaq
brutal.
We picked a Shaq.
I thought the tragic Bronson was bad.
We picked a Shaq, dude.
Gosh.
That's not me. That's Nate. Either way.
I like JaVale McGee.
I love
For
JaVale
the record,
McGee.
I just like when Shaq says, JaVale McGee.
By the way, total side note, I had a lunch yesterday with a mutual friend of ours, right? So we went to I won't say where, but we went to a local sushi favorite place of ours. And so we're sitting there eating, and at one point, and I'm not joking, I've probably been to lunch with this person 50 times over the years. And 48 of the 50 have been at this particular place that we go to, right? And then all of a sudden I look over and he always orders chicken teriyaki, right? And then just kind of picks off other stuff. And I ordered like I got rolls
pepper fin and this
that.
and that.
Hey, you're giving it away.
No, it's not. That's a fish.
All right. So anyway, so at one point I go, dude, why do you go to a sushi place and order chicken teriyaki? And he looks at me and goes, dude, I don't really like sushi.
Oh, and that's the only place you take him to.
I said, every place we've gone to, no, he says it too. Like, let's go here.
He's
and so we
nice.
meet here. Right.
He's nicer.
It's like, well, why are we going to? There are other restaurants. We can go. Let's get a burger. Let's do this. Let's do that. 50 times you go to lunch with somebody, you find out
everybody's lying to you, Dave.
I don't even know what the world is anymore. JaVale McGee joins us. Seriously, last year it was awesome. And Jay Mars would remember this. So with Jason, we talked a lot on this show about how JaVale McGee, when he was with Dallas, would be a very interesting pickup for the Kings. Not because he's going to lead them to the promised land. I mean, JaVale McGee is 35, 36 years old. He's towards the end of his career, but he's also a gold medalist. He's also the son of
We
Pam
talked
McGee,
about
who
this yesterday.
was a monarch. Yeah, but
the leadership and the experience is really what's most important when it comes to him.
And he also has more block shots over the last 2 years than like practically the whole Kings team combined. Like he's just a guy, again, you could have put in last year with Kevon Looney just for 5-6 minutes, who's a little bit more than just 6 fouls. I love this pickup. I'm very confident he will make the roster, and it'll be very interesting to see the bigs since Len is signed between Kayte, McGee, Nerlens Noel. I feel like I'm forgetting somebody. I hate to say it. I feel like Nimi Kate is the odd man out right now, and Nerlens Noel might be the other one.
I want to see. Nimi made a lot of progress last year.
He did.
Yeah, lots to talk about.
We'll take a break. When we come back, safe or out, rookie phenoms making progress and lifting teams. It is September 1st. What does that mean for you in baseball? And what a day for Ronald Acuna Jr. We will talk about all that and safe or out next.
Catch the Oakland A's every weekend on Sactown Sports. Friday nights, Saturdays, and Sundays.
Sinking, that's going to get down for a hit. Around third to score is Tony Kemp. And the A's have taken the lead. Edge of the track makes the catch. And the Athletics get a great win.
Sactown Sports, your weekend home for the Oakland A's.
Sactown Sports coverage of the Oakland A's is brought to you by Xfinity 10G, the next generation network.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave, and I recognize, just like my friends at American Energy Heat and Air, that your time is important. And that's why shopping for a new air conditioner is now easier with American Energy Heat and Air's online quoting tool. All you have to do is go to AmericanEnergyAir.com and get an instant quote right now. It'll help you determine what system you're going to need to get. It'll provide the best pricing options, all from the comfort of your home without having to have somebody come to your home. You know how annoying that is? They come in and everybody there is so sweet and nice, but how much better is it to be able to get it on demand? Visit AmericanEnergyAir.com. Check out how easy it can be. Or if you want to give them a call and talk through what your needs are, 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
California, the Ford Labor Day Sell-a-thon is back. It's bigger, with inventory on the ground and ready for you now. It's bolder, with the hottest models and latest technology. It's better, with offers so good you can't pass them up. And now's the best time to get behind the wheel of your brand new Ford truck or SUV and drive it home today. Get incredible prices on our newest electric vehicles. Come celebrate this Labor Day with Ford and get low APR and amazing deals on Ford Edge, Escape, Explorer, Expedition, Bronco Sport, Mustang, Mustang Mach-E, F-150, and F-150 Lightning. Don't wait. Take one home now before summer ends. We have the inventory. We have the offers, but they're not going to last. It's the Ford Labor Day Sell-a-thon, and it's bigger, bolder, and better than ever. Hurry, it all ends September 4th, so go to your California Ford dealer today.
In this market, you'll find Fisher Investments is different than other money managers.
Different how? Aren't we all just looking for the hottest stocks?
Nope. We use diversified strategies to position our clients' portfolios for their long-term goals.
You don't just provide cookie-cutter portfolios?
No. We tailor our clients' portfolios to their goals and needs.
But you still sell investments that generate high commissions for you, right?
No, we don't sell commission-based products. We're a fiduciary, the highest standard of care for a financial advisor. It means we're obligated to act in our client's best interest.
So when do you make more money? Only when your clients make more money?
Yep, we have one transparent management fee structured so we do better when our clients do better.
Sounds like you really look out for your clients.
We do, because our priority is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. That might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments, clearly different money management.
Investments in securities involve the risk of loss.
Everyone loves to be outside, and so do mosquitoes. Protect yourself against mosquitoes and West Nile virus by following these simple tips. At least once a week, look around your yard and drain stagnant water from any containers where mosquitoes can breed. Remember to use an effective mosquito repellent, especially at dawn and dusk when mosquitoes are most active. Close all doors and be sure screens are in good working condition. At the Mosquito and Vector Control District, we're here to help. Visit us at fightthebite.net.
Jerry and Kenny here from Bell Brothers. And if you've even thought of replacing your old, outdated, inefficient windows, now is the time to take action.
Right now at Bell Brothers, when you buy one window, you'll get the second one for 30% off. That's right. Buy one, get the second one 30% off.
That's real savings, up to $6,000. You have to buy at least 4 windows to qualify, and you can't mix windows and doors. But beyond that, every second window is 30% off.
For example, when you buy 10 windows, you will get 5 windows at 30% off. We also have 0% interest financing available for qualified buyers. Call for details.
To take advantage of our buy one, get one 30% off sale, call Bell Brothers now at 916-444-1234 or find us online at theNoSurpriseGuys.com.
The No Surprise Guys, Bell Brothers.
Just a short drive from Sacramento to North Stockton is where you'll find the best luxury car buying experience anywhere. Mercedes-Benz of Stockton welcomes you to come down and test drive a new C-Class vehicle or experience a new, gorgeous Mercedes-Benz EQ electric car or SUV. And they're happy to deliver your new Mercedes-Benz to your driveway. Family-owned Mercedes-Benz of Stockton, mbofstockton.com. Sactown Sports.
Headlines.
Oh, hey there, Sacramento. I'm Nate Littlefield. These are your Sactown Sports headlines. Yesterday, the Sacramento Kings introduced their newest player, Sasha Vezenkov. The EuroLeague MVP gave a charismatic intro to Sacramento and will wear the number 7. The Kings also made an interesting move by signing the 3-time NBA champion, JaVale McGee. This move adds some more competition to the backup center role, along with Nemi Kayte and Alex Len. Those are the headlines. Now we get back to the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross for Safe or Out.
Safe or out? It's time to go around baseball. 3 pitches, 3 swings. It's safe or out on the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
All righty. Don't forget, Monte McNair will join us at 9. Dave Richard making his first appearance right before that at 8:44. When are we doing the River Cat Report?
We are doing the River Cat Report at the top of the 7 o'clock hour.
I can't wait for that.
That's going to be fun.
September 16th. I'll be out there.
Really?
Watching the game with the fam.
Nice.
Taking in some river catting.
Any special event that night?
I think it's going to be a River Cats game, Nate.
Okay. So I know they do. No, they do like Star Wars night. Like crazy things.
No, I want to say I know they have like 916 night with the shirts coming up here, and I think that might be their last big giveaway of the year. I could be wrong, but no, we're just going to be out there at a beautiful field, gorgeous night. I'm sure. I almost said fall night, but it won't be fall yet. Watching some fantastic baseball and some future stars. In the meantime, it's safe or out. Nate Littlefield behind the glass. By the way, Jason Ross on his way back from Louisiana, the victorious UC Davis Aggie. Sac State Hornets. You know what?
UC Davis crushed Texas A&M Commerce last night.
I was about to move on and congratulate Scott Marsh, who also works here, who's the voice of the UC Davis Aggies, as heard right here on Sactown Sports. They won as well, so both local teams, big wins.
Mm-hmm. I think only one loser in the Big Sky, their conference, yesterday.
Really?
Yeah.
No, Big Sky. Right now, they're probably one of the better powerhouse leagues there is, since everyone's moving more on that later.
Yeah.
Safer out question 1.
Is rookie phenom Kyle Harrison breathing life into the Giants? Katie.
Well, I think that when you look at this being his second start and how he came out and handled it, and it ended up in a win. What did he pitch? Like a little over 6 innings
11,
or whatever. 11 strikes out. Yeah. So I think, it's always great to have youth come in, especially late in the year, right? That's what you need, because it gets a bit tedious this season. Yeah.
Yeah, because it's 1,000 games. Yeah, and the Giants go into San Diego yesterday. Sean Manaea, XA, gets the win. 7-2 is your final. They had a 6-run inning. What? The Giants had a 6-run inning. Yes, they did. There's a little bit of spark there. Now, is it temporary? I don't know, but I know between Kyle Harrison and the 11 strikeouts, they got that win. Alex Cobb had the one hitter. They got that win. Logan Webb, the ace, went out. That was a tough loss. And then
it's just important to stay in the race.
Yes.
The last month, and they're in there.
And as of right now, they are in there. They are in the wild card spot. They are a game ahead of Arizona. They got a few games with Arizona left. A game and a half ahead of the Reds, and they have the tiebreaker with Cincinnati. A game and a half behind the Chicago Cubs, who they will be playing very, very soon as well. So here's the bottom line. They win their games, they're in the playoffs. It's that simple. Question 2.
Safe or out?
It's just that simple, huh?
It's just, you win, you get to go to the playoffs.
Well, it's also...
He has a way of really breaking it down, doesn't he?
I do.
It's also September 1st. I don't know if we all knew that.
Yeah.
But safe or out, this is where baseball really starts to get interesting.
Let's just let's just acknowledge the fact that it's September 1st as well. It is truly one of my favorite days of the year.
Really?
September 1st. August, July, June, they're behind us.
Because you hate the summer.
I hate
too
the
hot.
summer
And it's
so
like
much.
a combination of the weather and also you miss football and basketball.
Yes, it's all September.
It's when life begins for you.
The baseball pennant race in full force. Rosters expand today, so you get to add a bunch of folks. Then you got football starting next week, college football starting in earnest this weekend. There were a couple of good games last night. And then by the end of the month, we'll have media day. And then next thing you know, preseason games, then Kings regular season. This is the beginning. Like, the roller coaster where like you go up and it's like click, 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 click. And then you get to the top before you start the ride. September 1st is the top, right? We just got done with all the click, click.
And now it's about to go.
And it's about to just go. And also from a lazy standpoint too, this job is so much easier. We go from struggling for content and doing things like, hey, what's your favorite hair color? To, now it's like, well, we can't really talk too much about the Niners smashing the Broncos because we have to get King stuff in. And oh my God, this free agent.
Yeah, you definitely are having to pick through content.
Break glass when
needed.
Yeah, exactly. But no, Katie, I think this is where safe. It gets very interesting. And I very much get into baseball this time of year. Question 3.
Safe or out?
I'd like to note something as we're going. Dave, you wrote these safer outs.
I did.
Today. I'm impressed by your grammar on here. You use 2 colons, a lot of commas.
Isn't it annoying?
Well, I'm doing it over text is different.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is it is kind of like you're showing off a little bit.
I will say that one of the benefits of being friends with Dave is that anytime I have anything important, I send it to him and for all of the grammatical checks.
Can I tell you, you're not the only one, and it's kind of lame.
It's kind of lame.
Why?
He's so uneducated. How does that work?
High school dropout. I don't know why people are sending me crap. And by the way, can I tell you something? This is the honest to God truth. You asked me to write it up yesterday. No problem. I actually
why?
I guess I'll do it.
I wrote like 80%
I'm
of
not
the
attacking
thing.
you. I'm saying what I almost over punctuated in here, but it's because I know your style, and so it's more of I wanted to provide
putting in the pauses for you
to make it easier, because a lot of times you'll read it and everything's mushed together and it's tough to figure out the pauses on the fly. So I was writing it to you based on your style.
That's awesome.
Fist
Thank
bump,
you.
which-
Thanks, man.
Yeah, all right.
Number 3.
Sorry about the writer's strike.
That's okay. I'm here for you.
Ronald Acuna Jr. yesterday got married.
Yeah, he did.
Hit a grand slam.
Yes.
And became baseball's first ever 30-60 member.
And by the way, old grand slam thing, that's not innuendo. Like, he literally hit a grand slam in the baseball game. We're not talking about
we get it
in private.
He got one at Denny's too.
Yeah.
Dave and Katie, what is your biggest non-lovey memory of your wedding
First of
day?
all, who gets married on a game day?
Yeah.
On a Thursday.
Ronald Acuna Jr. And coming up at 7:44, we'll give you the background as to why it happened.
My most favorite non-lovey-dovey
Yeah,
moment?
so what I mean by I'll go first to give you an idea.
Okay.
So my wife and I have told this story before.
Your whole wedding was non-lovey-dovey.
Yeah, we decided to get married on a Friday. We were in Tahoe. We got married on a Saturday. We got our corsages and cake from Safeway. We got our wedding outfits from Ross. Mel was
it at that chapel? Like okay.
No, it was definitely not at a chapel.
Or like the little like marriage chapel thing.
Mel was going through a little, how do I say this? Involuntary weight gain. Fetal weight gain.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And we found our minister, if you will, whatever, out of a penny saver.
Officiant.
She married us with a Harry Potter wand, and we were on a not a real one. And we were
thanks for
we were on a dock on Lake Tahoe. And so what we always remember is this: we're like literally in the middle of our vows, like, do you take, whatever, you're gonna regret this. And it was about like 11 a.m. And then there are boats that are parked kind of off the dock and whatever. So anyways, there was one about, I don't know, a couple thousand yards away. It was a ways away. But next thing we know, we're like in the middle of all our vows, and all of a sudden, Sad But True by Metallica comes blaring over the speakers. And Sad But True ends up becoming our wedding song involuntarily. So I will always remember that. Not lovey-dovey, but just something that I remember from our wedding. Did anyone, pass out, trip, say something silly, something during your wedding?
You know what? It's
I couldn't tell you.
My grandparents were there.
Yes.
That was great. I don't know. Like there was
Nothing went wrong.
Nothing went wrong.
Nothing was silly.
So there was technically 2 weddings, right?
There were?
Yes. So both of them went well.
Okay. No, nothing went wrong at 2 weddings. No one got drunk and stupid. No one tripped and fell. No one threw up.
No, you know what? My little stepson had an accident. That was about the only thing. And it was like, it's like you don't plan with kids to bring an extra suit. So
that's true. So what you do in those cases is you throw them in a pool, and then they're completely wet.
Yeah,
then
that's
nobody
exactly
knows.
it. Yeah.
We'll take a break. When we come back, a lighter workload for Christian McCaffrey. Well, somebody thinks that might be happening. And what does that mean for your San Francisco 49ers? We'll talk about it next.
Will Brandon Ayuk emerge as a star in the Bay this season?
Not going to throw for the end zone, wide open, Brandon Ayuk.
Can Fred Warner lead the Niners defense to another deep playoff run?
And Fred Warner with the INT.
Pick City, baby.
Will Brock Purdy hold on to his starting quarterback job?
Purdy going to drop back to pass, try to run forward and go to the end zone standing.
Down and Purdy, baby.
Tune into Niners at 9 every day on the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
On Sactown Sports and SactownSports.com.
Ruthie, our last summer barbecue is this weekend, and it has to be epic.
Well, Total Wine has these new hard seltzers that'll rock your barbecue. And my favorite Cabernet will make your famous ribs even famous-er.
Yes, just what my last summer barbecue needed.
Wow. And at those low prices, they'll be great for my first fall barbecue.
Ooh, I'll trade you my famous ribs recipe for one of yours.
With the lowest prices for over 30 years, you'll always find what you love and love what you find. Only at Total Wine & More.
Drink responsibly, B21.
Get ready for a night with Cole Swindell. The 2023 ACM Song of the Year winner hits Heart Health Park at Cal Expo in Sacramento, Saturday, September 9th for the CITP2 Fest. And Cole's bringing some friends like Chris Chanson, Dylan Scott, Matt Stell, and more. Tickets start at $40 at CITPFest.com.
It's the Labor Day Sell-a-thon at Folsom Lake Ford, and we're back with big discounts and 0% financings available with approved credit, plus top dollar for all trades. Shop FolsomLakeFord.com.
I like daffodils, tulips, the big dinner plate dahlias. I loved being in the garden, but I wasn't going to be able to because I couldn't not only walk, but I couldn't really stand on my foot without being in pain. It was excruciating. So my husband said, let's go to the Good Feet store.
For over 20 years, we've helped people like Terry live the life they love without letting their feet get in the way.
This nice young man said, I think I can help you. He got the arch support and I was fitted. And I kept walking back and forth across the store. And I looked at my husband and burst into tears because it was the first time in a year that I have not had any pain in my foot. I have had no pain since the day I bought them. Now I can do whatever I want. There isn't any place on my property that doesn't have flowers blooming 365 days a year. I still can't believe it. My name is Terry, and that's my Good Feet story.
See what we can do for you with a free personalized arch support fitting at the Good Feet store.
The Good Feet store. Come in now for a free arch support fitting and test walk.
The Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
Call or text at 916-339-1140.
On Sactown Sports.
Oh, I love this song. Shout out Ice-T. I mean, the drink, but also the rapper. New Jack Hustle. Kids, that's from a movie with Wesley Snipes and friends called New Jack City. Wesley Snipes. Obviously, Ice-T. The guy from Breakfast Club, I always forget his name. It played Bender. Judd something. Judd Nelson. There's other people in it, too. You ever seen it, have you? No. All right. Moving on. Katie has seen so few movies. This is actually a fact that on a previous iteration of this show, we actually found a movie theater that would allow us to show movies that Katie hasn't seen.
That's awesome.
It really was.
I would be
so
so
Godfather?
excited.
Was it The Godfather? Was that the first one?
I don't know.
You don't know? You don't remember this?
No.
Okay.
There was a lot of things that were not memorable about.
That was really memorable. We had a good crowd.
Seeing like older movies for the first time in a theater is fun.
I agree with you there.
Like going to the Crest.
No,
or
I
something.
do like when they replay old movies for sure. Yeah.
That's a good time.
Even seeing old movies that you've seen before in a theater.
Yeah, that's a different.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, totally. Absolutely. According to reports, this one from Dan Graziano of ESPN, Chris McCaffrey, the Niners want him available for all 17 games, shockingly. And so they may want to lighten his workload a little bit, a little more than what, for example, Carolina did, and use Elijah Mitchell, of course, if healthy, and Tyrion Davis-Price in spots because of McCaffrey's injuries. Now, they want him to play a full season. That's fantastic. Last year combined, McCaffrey had 244 carries, about 1,140 yards and 8 touchdowns, and added 85 catches for 741 yards and 5 touchdowns. That
threw a touchdown too.
Yes, he did. That's a fantastic season for anyone. That is a fantastic season for anyone. He had 287 snaps in 6 games with the Panthers, 490 snaps in 11 games with the Niners. So with Carolina, if you extrapolate it, he would have had 813 with San Francisco 757. So there's a couple of angles here. One from the Niners' point of view is, okay, great. You know what? Look, Elijah Mitchell, once upon a time, was the up-and-coming super stud with the Niners. He had injury issues last year. He's still dealing with injuries, but hopefully it would be nice to see him bounce back. Tyrion Davis-Price is somebody they're very, very high on, and you've got depth there. So why not lighten the load on Christian McCaffrey so he can just go bonkers in the playoffs? The other angle and we'll talk about this with our good friend Dave Richard coming up at 8:44 from a fantasy football standpoint, because Christian McCaffrey is thought to be a top 2, top 3 pick, depending on your league scoring system. And now all of a sudden with teams like the Niners, makes it tough. Same thing with Debo, Brandon Ayuk, George Kittle. There's so much room to spread around. And I'm going to ask Dave this at 8:44. Are the 49ers the most difficult team to fantasy football with because of these issues? So, but from a Niner point of view, I don't have an issue with it, Kayte. Whatever makes them win more games and gives them a better chance to win a Super Bowl.
You know, it's interesting to me, the things that you have at your disposal now in professional sports and sports in general. So if you Google Christian McCaffrey injuries, you can get an injury guide that has showed every single injury that he sustained, even going back to college, right? But it doesn't a risk assessment for this season. And it's an 82% probability that he's going to get injured 2023, right? So, and this is, you know, I don't know how football does it, if it's the same like 2023, 24, so whatever. But then it's like projected games missed, 3, chance of injury per game, almost 10% chance of injury per game. Like, it is wild what you have access to. But if you're the 49ers, and yes, you have postseason / Super Bowl hopes and wishes, you do have to manage players and injuries and try to prevent them as much as possible. So it might suck from a fantasy football point, but I can understand why this is the path they're taking.
And it's so tough, because you can play a guy one game and he shreds his knee. You can play a guy 17 games. And there are some athletes, I've heard them say before, when having a when having a load management conversation with them. I've had athletes tell me before, I'm sure you have too, Kayte, that load management actually they feel is almost more dangerous for them, that they are in better shape and they feel they have less of a risk of an injury when they are going full force every day. They're in a rhythm, they're stretched out, they're healthy. They feel like they have, long-term damage aside.
Which sports? Is this mostly basketball?
It's mostly basketball, exactly. And football is different.
Yeah, football is different because you're playing one game a week.
Yeah.
And then you're practicing.
But you're getting more physicality in that one game than you are.
Yeah, you need the week to recover from the physicality. But from a basketball standpoint, a lot of players feel that way. But I had a really interesting conversation with one of our physical therapists, Ashlyn, last season, and she broke down everything so scientifically. And again, it goes to me, I played, I didn't do the science side of things. And they have everything from the lack of sleep you have, how it increases the probability of injury, so on and so forth. So I tend to let people that know things that I don't know take care of their side of the fence. A lot of athletes are not on board with it, but I think it's becoming more and more common now.
A lot of athletes, though, also have their own counsel that they use, have their own trainers, their own people, and that's got to be a source sometimes
I think that's
of frustration.
One of the reasons why Harrison Barnes was one of the most durable players in the league last year. He is one of the most professional guys in the NBA when it comes to taking care of his body. He has someone that travels with him. He does workouts outside of and it's all to avoid injury. And injuries happen the more your body gets worn down.
And I want to clarify what you're saying there so people don't take it the wrong way. That's obviously no shots at the training staff for the Kings. I'll just bet you they're working in conjunction with each other.
He does. He works in conjunction, but he's so dead set on taking care of his body that he will hire people from the outside to continue to work with him. It's a different perspective.
Well, and we famously heard LeBron James say he spends $2 million a year on his body. It's really interesting how there's a show I started watching on Netflix a couple days ago. I think it's called The Blue Zones. And it's this writer that goes around to these different places in the world from, they haven't gotten to Southern California yet, but it's somewhere, I think, in Southern California. And then there's like, I don't know, somewhere in like Nepal, South America. Anyways, it's the places in the world that have the highest mortality rates, the people that live the longest, and exploring like what their habits are, what they, with a focus on diet, what they eat, how they, and it's so weird because it's so different depending on who you are. Like I know that I just saw this thing the other day, one of the oldest people in the world right now, and usually it's a female, by the way. Like women live longer than men. And she's like, what's the secret? Well, I smoke 4 cigarettes a day and have a couple glasses of wine. I've done that forever.
Everybody's different.
There's like,
I just picked up smoking. Yeah.
You're trying to live a little longer. You're like, that doesn't sound right. Or like, I have a cigarette.
The crazy thing, though, is I think that a lot of it has to do with your environment, right?
Yeah.
And when you look at the United States of America, for example, just in terms of how we work and that type of thing, I think stress and anxiety
absolutely
play a huge role.
Stress,
in
anxiety, sleep,
health.
diet.
Yep.
Processed foods.
Yep.
That was one of the things all these places had in common. No processed foods.
Yeah.
They're eating, soy sauce based mushroom salad with beet greens and beans or something. You're just like, oh.
Yeah, they're not driving through a fat, like a drive-through.
Right.
Yes.
Well, to wrap back around to this McCaffrey thing, do you guys think there's a potential that he's upset that he's not playing at a higher rate potentially?
I think probably the competitor in him is like, dude, I want to play every snap.
I think it'll change.
But he's a smart guy. Look, this is a Stanford guy.
There you go.
I think in his heart of hearts, he's like, look, these guys are paying me a ton of money and they're trying to salvage me to make my life and job easier. Maybe the competitor in him is like, hey, I can do more.
No,
but overall,
I think that there might be something that is upsetting to him about it to start. It might change if they're winning, and when they're losing, if they lose, it might flip the other way.
But I'll bet you he
sees
the whole picture overall.
Yes,
but he
absolutely.
has that inner drive. He has that inner athlete drive. And whether it's on a football field or whether it's in a brand new Hoblet truck, either way, it's going to matter. He's going to feel it right now at Hoblet. Hey, you can go all the way to Hoblet, which they say all the way. It's like 5 minutes from the airport, right there in Woodland for Chrysler's Labor Day sales event. Because if you go somewhere else, see, I want to say if you go somewhere else, you're being a silly pants. But they don't want that in the script. I want to say if you go anywhere but Hoblet, and I think this is okay FCC-wise, Nate, check me on this, but I would say if you go anywhere but Hoblet,
okay,
you're a cotton-headed ninny muggins.
Typing this in now?
Yeah, I think it's okay.
We're good. We're good. Mr. FCC.
Yeah, he's okay.
He cleared it.
Okay, I didn't want to get all graphic.
Every time I do this show, I got him locked in. So
hey,
keep getting in trouble.
They want to make sure I get across to you because it's so true. If you go somewhere else, you are paying too much. No one beats Hoblet when it comes to price and service. Right now, save up to $16,000 off MSRP on new 2023 Ram 1500 crew cabs, and that's not all. You can also save up. I'm sorry, I should do this during the break. We were watching Ahsoka last night, and my son, Mason of all people, he goes, Ahsoka D's, and he said the whole line, and I was like, really? You're saying this, dude? And I shouldn't have laughed, and I did. I shouldn't have laughed.
It's kind of clever.
It is very clever.
He's 15, right?
He will be 15 in October. You can also save up to $10,000 off MSRP on new 2023 Ram 2500 heavy-duty crew cabs. Hey, no one in California had savings this good on a selection this big, with over 300 heavy duties available, and that's why Hoblet's consistently California's #1 Ram truck dealer. So stop by the Hoblet Ram Truck Center for a test drive today to see their whole inventory at HobletDodge.com. Unbeatable prices, unbeatable selection. Nobody beats Hoblet, period. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, we got a Rivercast report for you, brought to you by Nate over there, and Sasha Vezenkov, his introductory press conference. We'll get there next.
It's Whitey and Watkins on Sactown Sports.
Of course, the Warriors are trying to ruin this Sacramento show. Of course, I shouldn't be surprised that this is probably.
I don't think you should go there.
Where did that come from? What is that origin? What a wet blanket he's become. Okay, I was born with the wet blanket.
You merely adopted it.
Unlike Trey Lance, I was born with it.
It's Whitey and Watkins from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. on Sactown Sports.
All new spring deals are here at Lowe's. Start planting your garden this weekend with Bonnie 11.8-ounce vegetables. Buy 4 for $10. Plus, liven up your patios and decks with fresh blooms. Select 1.5-gallon hanging baskets or 2 for $20. Lowe's knows spring. Lowe's knows home improvement. Offers valid through 5/17. In-store only. Actual plant size and selection varies by location. While supplies last, excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
If your family depends on your income and something happened to you, what would happen to them? You need life insurance, and SelectQuote can help you get it at a price you can afford.
SelectQuote found Jacob, 40, who's in excellent health, a 10-year, $500,000 policy for only $19 a month.
Not in perfect health? Don't worry.
SelectQuote found Tanya, 40, who has type 2 diabetes, a 10-year, $500,000 policy for only $32 a month.
We shop companies like Protective, Prudential, American General, and others to find you the company with the best rates. Give your family the security they need at a price you can afford.
For your free quote, call 1-800-885-5959. That's 1-800-885-5959. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-885-5959.
SelectQuote. We shop, you save.
Get full details on the example policies at selectquote.com/commercials. Your premium could vary depending on your health, issuing company, and other factors. Not available in all states.
When you're young, life is full of choices. Don't let opioids like highly addictive and deadly fentanyl take away your life and your choices with just one wrong pill. Addiction is a disease that can affect anyone at any age, but there is a choice to get help for this disease. Find medically proven treatment options, including virtual, at choosemat.org.
KHTKAM Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios, your new home for 49ers football in the 916.
Sactown Sports.
Sactown Sports.
Headlines.
I'm Nate Littlefield. These are your Sactown Sports headlines. Yesterday, your Sacramento Kings introduced their newest player, Sasha Vezenkov. The EuroLeague MVP gave a charismatic intro to the Sacramento Kings and will wear number 7. And the Kings also made an interesting move by signing the 3-time NBA champion JaVale McGee. This move adds some more depth to the competition for the backup center role with Nemi Kayte, Nerlens Noel, and Alex Len. Those are the headlines. Now we get back to the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross for a River Cats report.
It's the River Cats Report. What's going on with the Giants AAA squad? The River Cats Report.
River Cats go. River Cats Report. That's your cue. Then you're supposed to do the River Cats Report, Nate. No?
I'm just making some adjustments back here. I got a few things to do going on sometimes when I do the show.
Meow.
Well.
What the heck?
River Cats Report, get it.
Oh my gosh.
Freaking meow.
This is like an injustice that you're subjecting your listeners to this.
I've never thought about the name River Cats before. Are there cats that live on the Sacramento River?
Yeah. There's cats there's cats in the river.
Do you know about the boat? Never mind.
No.
There's a boat that's washed up on the Sacramento River.
What, I mean, like it's not in its prime anymore and isn't winning scoring titles?
Yeah.
Okay.
I can tell you about it later.
Back to you, River Cats Report.
Later.
Well, it's perfect baseball weather this weekend. It really is. It sucks for me because I'm going rafting this weekend. Low 70s expected at first pitch all weekend. And Friday, which is today, is the final giveaway of the season. They got those 916 shirts you're talking about.
Perfect to wear on 916 because I'll be there September 16th. That's 916.
Wow.
How
and
about
it's
that?
Presented by Smud to the first 2,500 fans.
Good for Smud.
And you can snag your 916 t-shirt, and you'll have the perfect item to wear to our 916 night on Saturday, September 16th.
Ha!
And then Amy G will be at the ballpark on Saturday, September 2nd, which is this Saturday.
She's rad.
Longtime SF Giants field reporter and current River Cats field reporter and color analyst.
Yes.
So that'll be fun.
And you're totally not reading it because you said SF Giants. Back to you.
Yeah, well, what do you want me to do? I'm reading it okay today too, right, Katie? My reading's okay.
You know what? Leave me out of this.
Well, she's doing a private book signing, and you can buy the book, and you get a ticket pack, and it includes her book.
She has written multiple books.
She
hasn't
has.
she?
She's an author.
She's signing Smarty Marty's Got Game. Tickets are still available. You can visit rivercats.com to buy them if you want.
You can.
And then you can catch her on the call during all the Saturday night River Cats broadcasts, which is pretty cool.
That's awesome.
Yeah, pretty cool.
Is there a website you can go to or something?
Yeah, rivercats.com.
Okay.
I said that.
All right. No, I was just asking. I was honestly asking.
Yeah. And then you want some up-to-date stats on the River Cats, maybe?
Sure.
Okay. They're an even 10-10 in their last 20 games, thanks to a pair of home runs last night.
Yeah.
From, oh, man.
Oh, boy. You had to go step out of your
guacamole.
Heliot Ramos?
Helio Ramos.
Yeah, excuse me.
Close enough.
And Joey Bart. I got that one.
Yes.
Leading to a 6-2 win over the Albuquerque Isotopes.
All right. Thank you, Nate. That's your River Cats report. Brought to you by the Sacramento River Cats. And thanks to Smud. All right.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, everybody. Well done.
Thanks.
Sasha Vezenkov met with Depress yesterday along with Monte McNair in his puffy jacket. Monty and perhaps the jacket will be joining us at 9 a.m. In the meantime, wanted to give you just a few minutes. We'll pick it up right in the middle. You can check this out at SactownSports.com's YouTube page. Here is Monte McNair. He will be our the first voice you hear, Monte McNair and Sasha Vezenkov from Golden One Center yesterday. And when I say that, I mean, let me unmute it and then hear from Golden One Center yesterday.
Look, for us, we traded for his rights, two drafts ago. But this is a big decision for Sasha. And so, my goal in us going to see him was to just forge that relationship.
No on Senate Bill 525. It threatens patient access to.
Oops.
Seriously, we're running ads.
I'd like to remind everyone, though, that Dave Richard and Monte McNair are going to join us via the Folsom Lake Honda hotline.
2, 1. And hold on. Now someone's petting a dog.
Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Back to Monty and Sasha.
This is going well.
If the NBA was something that he wanted to be in his future, I wanted to show him that we would be a great landing spot, that we would be a great fit for him. And he has a big decision to make. And so he needs to know what he's going to be coming into. And so it's really a two-way street. And, certainly excitement for us because we know that he's a great player and we think he's going to be a great fit for us. But also excited for him that he chose something, whether it's the challenge, the ability to win big here, and to do it on, potentially the biggest stage after, a ton of success in some great leagues over in Europe. So certainly excitement, but, as much for him as for us.
And then, Sasha, you may have answered this in a way. You talked about, coming in here and fitting in. Do you feel like the game and attributes that you have, do you think you have to play any different to mesh with this team and fit in? Or do you feel like you can still bring that type of Sasha that everyone's seen in EuroLeague and bring that to Sacramento?
I will do what I was doing until now, and I'll try to improve in every practice, in every game. The time of adjustment, I have to be mentally and physically ready, to adjust fast. And as I said, the whole organization, the coaching staff, my teammates will help me a lot in this process, and I'm ready.
Hey, Sasha, Brendan Nunez, Kings Herald. Is there any players that you've had conversations with about adjusting from EuroLeague to NBA, like Isaiah Cannon, former teammate had played on both sides? Is there anybody that you talked to about making that adjustment?
I talked with my previous teammates throughout the whole season. But it was a decision that I had to take by myself with my family because every player has different perspective and different views. NBA was a goal for me, a dream. Every kid who wants plays in Europe wants to come to the NBA. But I felt that this team, this special team, this environment is the right fit, and I have to leave everything back to come here and start from the beginning and fight. So I talked with my teammates, but at the end, I had to decide by myself.
Sasha, a little bit of a lighthearted one. You're well-traveled. You've been all over the world. What are your thoughts on America? Is there anything that stood out since you've been here, maybe specifically about Sacramento?
I'm just as I said, a couple of days here. I didn't have the time to see a lot of things. But like you said, I travel the whole world, and it's just a new challenge. I I'll get adjusted like fast.
We haven't gotten them in and out.
Yeah, I was going to say, in and out's not happening yet. Okay.
We'll get there.
Sasha, way back here, behind the cameras. Kevin John, ABC 10, welcome to Sacramento. You talked a lot about how grateful and thankful you are to be here playing with this organization, coaches, players, etc. What do you feel? Are there any nerves or anything, any challenges that you see, or any ways that you feel adjusting to this style of ball is going to be different for you? Are you nervous at all, or are you just ready to get to battle?
I'm ready. Like, I'm 28 years old. I have the experience. As I said, NBA is totally different league, but I have to adjust mentally first and then physically to be ready to help the team. I'm here. Of course, like every beginning is a little bit tough. Every new, like my first game for sure will be like nerves and like it will be something new. But as the times goes by, I'll feel better and better.
Sasha Vezenkov from Tiger Basket. Welcome to California. What advice did your dad give you coming here, if any?
He's giving me a lot of advices, but the one that I have through my whole career is to be the same person every day, the same person that I started playing basketball when I was young. And I think that's what I'm doing throughout the whole stages of my career, to be exactly the same person, to have respect to everybody and work hard. These three things. And I think that's why I'm here today.
Monty, when you traded for Sasha's draft rights a couple of drafts ago, you obviously knew you were getting his draft rights, but did you know exactly who you were getting? That you were getting a guy who would go on to win the EuroLeague MVP? Or does this feel kind of like a steal for you, that like a second round trade ends up and you guys bringing him over?
I think the great thing about Sasha is, we've seen his career and how he just continues to progress, add things to his game, and reach new heights. So, we traded for him. I believe you were first team all EuroLeague the season before, and this year goes out and was EuroLeague Player of the Week, Player of the Month, Player of the Year. And so, I've talked about this with our team, stepping up to challenges, continuing to grow. And I think we've seen that with Sasha's career. And so it's hard to say that it was expected, because it's hard to expect guys to continue to grow and be the best player in Europe. But certainly somebody that we've tracked, and we're not surprised by his successes.
The Sleep Number Climate 360.
Well, there you go. And a special shout out to Sleep Number for that second YouTube ad. There you go. Monty in the just to set the stage, Monty in the puffy jacket, which we will probably ask him about at 9:00, amongst other things. Sasha Vezenkov in Kings gear, getting ready to go. And I always, again, if I could ask anything I wanted to at these things, I would probably go more and not get ridiculed by colleagues. Honestly, you know what? I would love to ask him, because I like asking everyone this. Like, Sasha, when you got here, could you describe exactly like what kind of gear did you get, and like how was it delivered to you?
I could be your vehicle.
Could you?
If you want me to do that, I don't care.
No,
I'll embarrass myself. I really don't care.
First off, everyone would then ridicule you, and secondly, they would know I was behind it. But I want to know, like, when you get it, was it waiting for you when you got off the plane? Did you already have it sent to you? Is it in, I imagine it's in like a giant duffel bag, and you open it up and there's hoodies and hats and sweats and warm-ups.
Do you want insight into this, or you want to just
what do you mean? Oh, you have insight?
Yeah.
Yeah, give me some insight.
Generally, what happens is Miguel, who is a phenomenal human being and one of the greatest equipment managers in the league, he's on top of all this stuff. I would bet a paycheck on the fact that he had a suitcase that was full of gear ready for him when he got here.
Was it a Kings branded suitcase? Or
yeah,
like
I mean, just like we all get when we travel.
Wait, there's Kings branded suitcases?
No, it's I have all my suitcases have the Kings logo on them. Yeah, it's, I talk to Miguel. I'm like, hey, like,
do you get one like every year?
No, I got one several years ago, and then I was like, hey, mine is busted. Like, do you have another one?
Oh, you're talking about like the travel, like the rollers.
Yeah, the roller suitcases. And so in there, he's gonna put shorts, T-shirts, long sleeve T-shirts, polos. He's going to put sweatshirts, sweatpants, so like everything is going to be there. And when he gets there, probably to his hotel room, when they drop him off, it's going to be all there waiting for him.
How many of these suitcases do you have?
Yeah, I'm jealous.
One right now.
Oh,
I have
just
like a roller garment bag, which is fantastic. No, I have two. And then I have a big,
You want to trade? Like, would you take a trade? I just got a brand new one, but it's not Kings.
Oh,
But I would.
we will discuss this off air.
Also, I want to see.
I don't know if I'm allowed to.
I need to get to know Miguel.
No,
I hear he's
stay
the
away
greatest
from
person.
Miguel.
No, I talked to him. I've met him before. I talked to him in
Yes.
Portland.
You
but,
stay away from
I need
him.
to get to know. I want to get on this list. I want to get on the rotation.
I know you
so
want to get on the
badly.
list. Yeah.
I want the gear. That's all I care. I'll work for gear. Honestly, I would take a pay cut for a bunch of Kings gear.
Well, then we will have a discussion.
Okay, we'll take a break. When we come back, 3 for Madness brought to you by Fire Wings. The most favorite players we've ever covered. That's an interesting question, Nate. And what's more likely to happen? This that I do or that you do? Nate's got 3 questions for us coming up next.
Need the breakdown of the latest 49er game?
Everybody, Team Trey, Team Brock, nobody likes Sam. I mean, to me, they're all 49ers. I don't care who plays.
Want to know what to expect from the Beam team this season?
I don't honestly know who's going to have a better record, the Warriors or the Kings. That's interesting because the Warriors did have a lot of injuries last year, but they're also old.
Got to get that MLB fix down the stretch? Looking for articles from your favorite hosts?
For all that and more, visit SactownSports.com.
Can you believe there are only 2 homestands remaining in the 2023 Rivercats season? Make your plans to come see us at Sutter Health Park before it ends. Join us at the ballpark this Friday, September 1st for the last giveaway night of the year. The first 2,500 fans receive a 916 t-shirt presented by Smud. Don't miss the opportunity to add more Rivercats Sactown gear to your closet. For Rivercats tickets and all remaining promotional details for the season, visit rivercats.com.
Get ready for a night with Cole Swindell. The 2023 ACM Song of the Year winner hits Heart Health Park at Cal Expo in Sacramento, Saturday, September 9th for the CITP2 Fest. And Cole's bringing some friends like Chris Jansen, Dylan Scott, Matt Stell, and more. Tickets start at $40 at CITPFest.com.
3 questions, 3 answers. It's 3 for Madness on the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
Here's question 1.
Want to remind you, coming up at 8:45, 8:44 if we're being exact, Dave Richard, CBS Sports fantasy guru. Been with me, I think, about a decade. This might be year 10
when
for
we
him.
did the show together, he was with us.
Great guy. Love him to death. He's one of the best fantasy folks out there. And with everybody's drafts coming up very, very soon, hopefully you haven't done them yet, very soon, take some notes. And we will also allow you to, as always, ask questions you have of Dave. And then following that, Monte McNair. We've got him at 9 a.m. for an extended live conversation. Those of you on the YouTube chat will be able to see him as well. And make sure you tune in. Sactown Sports YouTube channel if you want. You can also check it out on the app. And obviously, if you're driving around or whatever, listen to us on 11:40 a.m. But that should be a fun conversation with Monty as we get ready to start getting ready to getting into the new season. In the meantime, 3 for Madness brought to you by Fire Wings. 21 different flavors to choose from. No better way to start your holiday weekend. Fire Wings, just wing it. Nate, you wrote these. Question 1.
Can I do a 4 for Madness? Just a quick one real quick.
Do whatever you want.
You guys, didn't you stage a fight? It wasn't Dave Richard. It was someone else, and you faked Kayte out.
Yes.
On, her,
on my last day.
It was a quarterback. It was
yes. It was one of our guests this fall, Sean Salisbury.
Yes.
It was.
I remember listening to
there's
that.
audio.
Oh my God, it was
Yeah.
so uncomfortable.
Kayte, yes, I could tell Kayte, like, you tried to play mediator at
Yes.
the end,
Yes.
and you're
Yeah.
like, everyone, you guys, we
Because
need to. Yeah.
Sean
like,
is so fiery,
Uh-huh.
and Dave
It came
is
out of nowhere.
so, Dave.
What? Yes, because I picked fights with everyone.
Yeah. Yeah. It was funny. We should probably like tweet it out. Or
It
something. It'd be
was.
funny for people
Here's
to
the thing.
see it again.
It's online.
One of the reasons I love Kayte so much is she's just so gullible.
I'm extremely gullible to people that I trust, which I don't know why I trust Dave.
And like, honestly,
I really don't.
no joke. I think you like almost started crying. You were like so upset at us.
I wasn't about to cry.
Not like in like a boo-hoo way, but like you were like really stressed out.
I was like,
almost felt really bad.
Yeah. Yeah, you guys pulled it off extremely well.
But it was like, we had talked, Sean and I talked about it before.
Yeah.
And it was like, we have to get completely brutal. And so I'm like, that's why you got fired from ESPN, because you suck. He's like, that's why you're a loser in Sacramento.
It felt real.
Going back. Yeah.
It felt so real.
Well, as you know, as you may know, Sean Salisbury had starred in a couple of Adam Sandler movies. He's actually a fully credited actor.
SAG.
Yes.
What's he in? Big Daddy?
He was in what was the one where he was living with his boyfriend and
now I'm pronouncing Chuck and Larry.
No, I'm blanking and I'll get it. Someone will get it on the line. And I played the Major General in Pirates of Penzance in 4th grade. So
you're also in a documentary.
I'm in 3. So we both have extensive acting backgrounds.
Yeah.
Anyways.
All right. I just wanted that was a personal question.
Okay.
Gotcha.
As a fan of you guys.
Yes.
So the real number one, how would a cooking show between Dave and Kayte go? What kind of meals can we expect to see during that show?
I imagine it would be a little bit like the Hulu show, The Bear, that I'm watching right now.
A lot of yelling.
A lot of yelling. You know what? To be honest, like Dave and I actually have cooked quite a bit together. Like whenever we go on, we'll whenever we get together, we talk about music and we eat food. That's really what it is.
Yes.
And so what do you think we would make? I mean, we do steak a lot. Dave does fantastic steaks. He's a way better cook than me, but I think I would probably teach him. The 2 things that I do really well is they're both family recipes, is my grandmother's homemade lasagna.
Yeah.
And then it's like chicken enchiladas with like a cream sauce.
We're just different kind of cooks.
We are different kind of
cooks. So I think we
cooks.
would divide it up, honestly. Like I think Katie's a far better baker than I am. I can't bake for nothing.
I'm not really a baker.
You're a better baker than me. You've baked things and they're good. I can't bake.
Baking is way,
because baking's an exact science.
It is.
Whereas I like to cook and fling things around and throw this in and that.
I'm like a ranch cooker. Dave's like a chef cooker. So when I was growing up, Dave, my parents made us, when we turned 10, we had to start cooking meals for our whole family. We each had a night. There was 4 kids. Later, there was 5 kids when my brother got adopted. And we had to plan the menu. We had to clip coupons. We had to do the grocery shopping because we lived so far from a grocery store. You only shopped once a week. And so that's how I learned to cook. Dave, however, is like obsessed with like cooking shows and things like that. So he's way better.
Right. At certain things. But we would divide it up. You do like the appetizer plate and all that.
I am really good at appetizers.
Yeah, you're very, very good at that. All right, so that's our cooking show. Number 2.
Question 2.
As a reporter, as a career person, you're working hard. Dave, you've told me stories about covering Reggie Miller before and him maybe not wearing clothes necessarily in the locker room.
Yeah.
I didn't know how.
Not a lot of guys do wear clothes in the locker room. Yeah.
Who are some of the favorite players that you two have ever covered in your career?
I'll say this. Yeah. One of my favorites was Vince Carter. Caron Butler was really amazing. For me, it's kind of some of the older guys because they're at a different phase in their career. They're a little bit more receptive to the media. And I loved having basketball conversations with them. But as much, like, maybe my top, and it's going to maybe piss some people off, was DeMarcus Cousins, because you never knew what was going to come out of his mouth. And you always knew that it was going to be very passionate, and it was great to cover him, and also extreme anxiety to cover him.
We share that my 2 favorite players to ever cover, and this doesn't mean the nicest or the sweetest or the whatever, but it would be Ron Artest and DeMarcus Cousins.
Ron was fantastic too.
They both were simultaneously absolute ding dongs.
Ding dongs.
They were ding dongs, but like, incredibly smart and sweet
There's
at their
so
core.
much more behind
Yes, you
people
had to.
like that.
It was rewarding because you had to work at it. You had to work.
That's why I think I
had to
work for a year before DeMarcus would even speak to me.
He kicked me out of the locker room.
Yeah.
He booted me out of the locker room for eating popcorn with Jason Thompson. You remember that story? He booted me, and we got into it, and we didn't talk for 2 years.
Yeah.
And it was, and speaking of having lunch, it was Andrew, his buddy Andrew in China when we went on that trip that kind of mended the fences a little bit. And once, I mean, honestly, I think you either have to understand him or stand up to him.
Yes. And
he respects you for that. And then once you get DeMarcus was simultaneously the most frustrating, agonizing, a-hole-ish.
It's ridiculous.
You got the meme out there. You got my favorite part of that whole clip, though, by the way, is how he kept calling you man. It's ridiculous, man. It is ridiculous out here, man.
The great thing about that is that they're never talking to me.
No, he was talking to the camera.
Yes.
But then you get behind you if you get underneath the thick skin. DeMarcus was an incredibly intelligent, incredibly caring, very emotional enigma. But like I say, it was very and with Ron. Well, remember Ron was crazy and he was a psycho thug that tried to beat everybody up.
He did one of the
that.
kindest things I've ever seen an NBA player do for my nephew.
Yeah, I'll bet. I don't.
For my
doubt
11-year-old nephew, he did one of the
it.
kindest things I've ever seen an NBA player do.
He was raised in horror.
Yep.
And once you actually took the time to know the man, Ron's the closest I've ever seen to an adult being a 12-year-old in my life. And I mean that with love. Like he is a child at heart. He's a grown man, of course, but he sees the world through a child's eyes in the best way possible, and is the most giving, humble, loyal, great person. But think about it. DeMarcus Cousins and Ron Artest in some circles are some of the worst thugs in the history of the NBA. They're actually
That's the thing, is that they don't let a lot of people in, but when they let you in, you actually get to see who they are. And there's a definite facade that they have up.
Cut number 3.
Question 3.
Initially, this question was who could do more push-ups right now between you two? Just out of curiosity.
Kayte.
Yeah, it's probably Kayte. Yeah.
I got a lot more to push up.
But I revised this question. What is more likely to happen first? Dave makes a 3-point shot or Kayte makes a blinded free throw?
Blindfolded.
Yeah.
Free throw.
3-pointer.
So this is really interesting because we talked about it yesterday on the show, I think. Dave and I have actually never played basketball. I've never seen Dave shoot a basketball, so I don't even know what his form looks like. But I can say that I can hit blindfolded free throws fairly easy.
That's kind of what I was expecting.
I actually think, you know what? We should do this.
We should.
It's muscle memory.
We're going to do this.
Dude, we don't have a hoop here, huh? I could have filmed it.
No, we'll do it. We'll record it. We'll do a bit.
We'll do that. We should find a corner at Media Day.
Yeah.
Dave, you got to bring me in.
That's not going to happen.
Yeah, you're right.
But I'm going to be on your show next Wednesday.
Yeah, I mean, we'll go
so maybe we can do it Monday or Tuesday.
Why wouldn't we do it Wednesday? Oh, you're saying to get it done before Wednesday? So I got you.
I will film it,
the light
please.
came on.
Yeah.
Please.
I mean, I'll tell you right now, I'm not nailing my first 3-point shot, but I think I will make one of my first 6. I'm just saying. You don't think so?
Kayte, how long till you make your first, like 3 or 4?
Maybe 3 or 4.
Yeah.
Battle of the sexes.
It's all muscle memory free throws, right?
There you go.
Yeah.
Get an airball here.
This is fascinating.
Wow. All right. Do we want to place a bet on it or no? We'll convene later.
I don't want to take your money. We'll take a break.
What money?
When we come back, after it's all said and done, where will Sasha Vezenkov rank in Kings history when it comes to overseas players? Spoiler alert, how am I supposed to know? I don't know. He hasn't played yet. What a dumb question.
So don't come back and listen to our next segment.
What are the lotto numbers going to be?
Brilliant.
God. So we'll make.
My bad.
Brilliant.
We'll have a conversation about that. Also, I've found some audio I'd like to play for you.
Oh, dear.
Did you actually?
Yes.
We'll do that next. Sactownsports.com.
The first ever NBA in-season tournament schedule is out, and our Kings have some great matchups, including national TV games against the Spurs and Warriors.
And Sacramento has won. They have risen to the occasion. And let me tell you, if you can't sense it, this place is absolutely nuts.
Listen to every game on the home of the Kings, Sactown Sports and Sactownsports.com.
California, the Ford Labor Day Sell-a-thon is back. It's bigger, with inventory on the ground and ready for you now. It's bolder, with the hottest models and latest technology. It's better, with offers so good you can't pass them up. And now's the best time to get behind the wheel of your brand new Ford truck or SUV and drive it home today. Get incredible prices on our newest electric vehicles. Come celebrate this Labor Day with Ford and get low APR and amazing deals on Ford Edge, Escape, Explorer, Expedition, Bronco Sport, Mustang, Mustang Mach-E, F-150, and F-150 Lightning. Don't wait. Take one home now before summer ends. We have the inventory. We have the offers, but they're not going to last. It's the Ford Labor Day Sell-a-thon, and it's bigger, bolder, and better than ever. Hurry, it all ends September 4th. So go to your California Ford dealer today.
I'm Craig Ashton of the injury law firm of Ashton and Price. Whether you've been injured on a bicycle, as a pedestrian in a slip and fall, auto, Uber, Lyft, or big rig accident, you need Ashton and Price in your corner. When you call Ashton and Price, there's no chatbot telling you to hit 3 for accounting. You're greeted by a real live person who will immediately transfer you to an experienced attorney. The consultation's free, and there's never a fee until you win.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton and Price.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave here for American Energy Heating and Air. It's the end of summer blowout on all their systems. Right now, $2,500 off full systems, as low as $34 a week. And now, American Energy Heating and Air offering a free Wi-Fi smart thermostat of your choice on high-efficiency units. Look, the uncomfortable becomes comfortable with American Energy Heating and Air. They've been around since 1981, making the greater Sacramento area proud with an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. And as always, their goal is to exceed your expectations, exceed them of the heating and air industry, valuing the customer experience and making your home comfortable. It's that simple. Go to American Energy Heating and Air and get yourself a free Wi-Fi smart thermostat of your choice on high-efficiency units.
Call 916-520-9998 now.
Sactown Sports.
Headlines.
I'm Nate Littlefield. These are your Sactown Sports headlines. Yesterday, your Sacramento Kings introduced their newest player, Sasha Vezenkov. The EuroLeague MVP gave a charismatic intro to Sacramento and will wear the number 7. The Kings also made an interesting move yesterday. They signed 3-time NBA champion JaVale McGee. This move adds some competition to the backup center role, along with Nimi Kayte, Nerlens Noel, and Alex Len. Those are the headlines. Now we get back to the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
Now here's what I want you all to do for me.
The only place in the morning to get your sports fix.
Live and vocal.
The Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
All right, we'll get to Sasha Vezenkov thoughts here in a second. Kayte Christensen with me. She'll be with me next Wednesday as well. Jason Ross back on Monday. Nate Littlefield behind the glass. This is what was referenced earlier. Kayte used to do this with me full time. And on her very last day, Sean Salisbury has been a regular guest of ours forever, former NFL QB. Here is just a clip of what Sean and I set up. This will actually be funny for people that tune in during this clip and don't know what's going on, but this was, if you haven't heard this was Sean and I going back and forth, and it erupted into an on-air argument between the two of us, and Kayte was incredibly uncomfortable. Here it is.
And busted my ass for you when you knew I was having neck surgery, and you're in what are you in market 220?
Wow.
You can't
right.
find a host?
Remember that time I got fired from ESPN, Sean?
Yeah, you remember that? Hey, thanks for the support,
Hey,
buddy.
stop
Wow.
it, you
that
guys. Come on.
That picture I sent out, your wife gets it, okay?
You know what, Sean? You're being way oversensitive right now. That was a comment.
Dude, you know what I've been through, man? And I sit here and go to the ends of the earth for you on Katie's last day, and I got to put up with this crap.
Wow,
I can't even
yeah.
say bye to her.
We've never done anything nice for you, Sean. No, we don't give you exposure. We
Come
didn't have
on,
you on.
come on, you guys, please.
Ridiculous. Well, Katie, you know what? Dave, you're a joke.
You're
okay?
You know what?
You're
You
a
can't
joke.
take a joke, Sean.
What are you going to do? The radio show by yourself for the next 6 months?
I know I won't do it with you because I couldn't count on you to show up every day when we podcasted together.
Oh, come on, please, you guys. This is
Hey,
just
Sean,
not
honestly, Sean, I'll tell you what.
necessary.
Correct me if I'm wrong. There's one thing, since let's do this on our last day. There's one thing that I'm sure we could both agree on, and maybe I'm wrong here because I can't get into your weird ass head, is that
my weird ass head.
There's one thing we can both agree on. You correct me if I'm wrong.
Better hurry before I hang up on you, dude. I've had enough.
And that's that she's just absolutely one of the most gullible people I've ever met in my life. And it's
I hate gold. Oh my God, Dave. This is not funny. Sean.
Oh, I forgot.
Sean.
Katie. Hey. Listen,
that was great.
Hey, I played a gay man in a movie.
Let me tell you.
Oh, Sean, the level of just how uncomfortable I was about to get up and walk out of the room because I'm like, no, I can't do it. I can't do it today.
Dave, how was her? What did her face look like?
Oh, dude, let me tell you. She looks at me with her eyes like pie plates. And at one point, so I got Kyle in my ear, who, by the way, was in on it. By the way, congrats. Well done, Kyle.
Really, Kyle?
So Kyle's in our IFB, Sean, and he's like, dude, should I dump this? He sounds serious. And I'm IFBing him back. I'm like, dude, I got this. Katie's got her hands up in the air. She's looking at me, and she's like mouthing like, not on my last day. Come on, not on my last day. Just throwing her hands up in the air. Oh, my God. I love you, brother, so much.
Yeah, I love you too, man.
That was
honestly, was so terrible.
It was the best.
It's stressful to listen to.
Yeah.
You can hear, like, even knowing it's fake, it's like, dude, this is.
Well, it doesn't sound fake, though, does it?
Was he really late to podcasts?
Well,
it's a podcast.
Sometimes, but remember, neither of us were making any money. And Sean, at one point, this is true. We've talked about it on the air before.
Yeah.
Sean was like literally living out of his truck at one point, like rolling to where there was free Wi-Fi and hooking up to do a podcast through this little thing I had sent him for his phone. I mean, it was tough times, man, for both. I'd been fired. Sean had been fired, much different circumstances, but we were both unemployed. Both didn't know what we were going to do in our future. And that's how we kind of bonded. And obviously Sean is, doing Houston morning radio, and I'm so
You're
proud
a
of everything he's
superstar.
done. I have a couple of kids. But we had set that up for Katie on her last day. I had not listened to that since it happened.
Oh, I've never listened to it.
No, you know what I forgot? I forgot that Scott Pollard was with us too. That was like, you heard what it.
Wait, he's in studio?
No, he was
on the phone.
Scott was joining us for that final show via
Skype or something.
It was some hookup, so it sounded like he was in studio, but he just that big.
He was so loud.
Yeah,
he was
way
potted up.
overmodulated. Yeah, I completely forgot Scott was a part of that too.
That's hilarious.
It was so uncomfortable in like one of the worst ways.
It was honestly, no, the best one. We got to move on here. Damn it! But this is so fun. The best one. No. She's not even bringing it up. The best one was
what?
The best one.
Come on, get it out.
When we had her convinced that Davey Hager was on the cover of GQ. And we had Dave call in.
It was terrible.
David lost a lot of weight over the summer. It was right around this time of year, maybe a little bit later. And he lost a lot of weight. He looked great.
He looked great.
Yeah, he had went to a hairstylist, the whole thing. And he looked fantastic. And so somebody photoshopped him on the front of a GQ magazine. And so I was showing Katie, and I'm like, and I didn't even plan on it until she was like, wow, front coverage. I thought she would know it was a Photoshop, but she didn't. And then all of a sudden it was like, ding, I have this idea.
By the way, a lot of this stuff happens at like 5 o'clock in the morning.
No, but this happened in advance because then I get home, I call Yeager.
Oh,
like,
no.
Hey, This is what
awesome.
she said. Here's what we got to do. So he calls in the next day. We're doing it. Hey, we got Coach Yeager, blah, 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 blah. And I say, hey, you know what? Kayte, congratulate him on the GQ thing. He's super proud of it. So she's like,
she has to do it.
So
you got to do it.
So glad that you guys are entertained.
So she's like, hey, Coach, it's the lively off season for you for covering GQ. That's a big honor. And this dude's like, Coach Yeager's like, yeah, there's a lot of hard work.
He's on. That's so cool. He did that.
It was awesome. Kayte, you're look, it's all out of love. Your gullibility is
it's shocking.
It really is great. So in closing, I would just like to say, I think Sasha Vezenkov is going to be pretty good.
But to your question, obviously there are some international players in the history of this team. One that left recently, Buddy Hield.
Yeah.
Had a lot of success here in terms of statistics, right? Was during the the rough stretch. But you've got Peja, you've got Vlade. Like, Hidu. Like, you got to go down the list of all of the, like, Turkoglu.
Yeah.
You looked at me confused.
Hido.
I said Hido.
You said Hidu.
Hido. Sorry.
You're always up my butt about pronunciation.
Yes,
I'm just
it
correct. It was before your time.
Yeah,
It's fine.
no, but I know
Forgiven.
him. Yeah, you can go down Francisco Garcia.
Yes, you know.
Gosh, there's so many.
You talking about foreign players?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you can go back to Sharunas Marshalonis. Obviously, Hito Turkoglu, Peja Stojakovic, Simbalar. Thank you.
Papagiannis.
Papagiannis. Okay. All right. You went too far. Vlade. I
said Vlade.
Oh, sorry.
Luke Bamute. You've got.
Did you say Bogey?
Yeah, Bogdan Bogdanovic is on there. I mean, Dante Green is actually on there. You forget that he's a foreign player.
Dante Green is?
No, not the Dante Green.
What? Dante's from Baltimore. Who are you talking?
There's another Dante Green, but it's old.
Really?
It's old.
The other Dante Green.
Yeah.
Like,
there's so
from
many.
Baltimore.
There's so
Went to Syracuse. Honestly, the Kings were one of the.
They were a European hub earlier.
Much.
They were one of the few NBA teams that really started.
Vlade Divac and then Drazen Petrovic, the late Drazen Petrovic. Honestly, Arvydas Sabonis a little bit later too. But these were kind of the trailblazers, no pun intended, for the European movement over here. Dirk Nowitzki.
Forget about Bano.
Bano Udrih. You're absolutely right.
Omri
Caspi from Israel.
He's from Israel.
I believe
Corey Joseph is from Canada. Nick Stauskas is from Canada. Those are foreign players.
That doesn't count. They don't. That doesn't.
It's like it's
Tim
an international
Duncan,
player.
Like nobody. Isn't Tim Duncan? Is it the Virgin Islands? Yeah. But I never think of because he went to Wake Forest.
Oh, geez.
Not that you can't have foreign players go to U.S. colleges. I just never think of Tim Duncan as an international player. I guess technically he is.
Yeah, he is.
But I'm just saying, I always think, Tim Duncan seems so Spursy to me. I feel like Tim Duncan is from San Antonio. He was born and raised there, and he is a permanent Spur.
Started playing basketball at
Nemanja
17.
Bielica. I mean, I went back through a list, and it goes, back quite a way.
Mario Hezonja never played.
Odin Polynice was.
Odin Polynice, yes, was from. Yes, you're absolutely right. Olden Polynice is a foreign player, and I forget about that sometimes too. Let me look him up here real quick while we take a break, because it's nothing like looking things up live.
Haitian.
Kayte counts too, right?
Yeah, absolutely. First NBA player from Portugal, and I believe Omri. I think he was the first Israeli-born player.
Yes,
I believe he was. All right, we'll take a break. Listen, when we come back. Ronald Acuna had a big day in more ways than one yesterday, and there is a big story behind that. And he celebrated 21 times with 21 different flavors of fire wings. I don't know that he did or not. I can't confirm to you that Ronald Acuna Jr. I can't confirm to you that he had fire wings, but I can't confirm to you that he didn't have fire wings. Why wouldn't you? 21 different flavors to choose from. What, Kayte? 21 different flavors to choose from. That's a lot. of flavoring. And it's not just, by the way, the wings. It's the Nashville chicken sandwich, hot chicken sandwich. You can dial it all the way up to 5. I personally don't recommend that because I did 2 or 3. And woof. It was spicy. You got the tots, seasoned fries, nugs, so much. Locally owned and operated. They're good people. Have fun. Start your weekend right. Go to firewings.com. Find the location nearest you. Tell them Carmichael Dave sent you. Fire Wings. Just wing it. Hey, Ronald Acuna yesterday hit a grand slam, broke a baseball record. Or should I say set a baseball record. And it wasn't even the biggest thing he did yesterday. We'll tell you the story behind it next.
Check out the Golf to Go Hour with Frank LaRosa every week on Sactown Sports. Get the latest on equipment, area courses, people who play the great game, and plenty of good conversations about golf. It's the Golf to Go Hour every week with Frank LaRosa on Sactown Sports. Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop, America's most awarded golf facility. Nature Wood Home Furnishings, where it's all about choices and always about quality.
Dawn or dusk, I'm on the hunt. Skeeter here, Sacramento Yellow Mosquito and Vector Control District, and I'm wearing Skeeter Vision, night vision goggles that light up skeeters at dawn or dusk like the 4th of July. Mosquito, 12 o'clock. Got him. So fight the bite by wearing long sleeves and pants at dawn or dusk when they're most active. Apply insect repellent and drain stagnant water. It's a breeding ground.
Dawn or dusk, the Sacramento Yellow Mosquito and Vector Control District reminds you to fight the bite. For more information or to report problems, go to fightthebite.net.
Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Here's Frank LaRosa.
If you're new to the game, here are a few etiquette mistakes to avoid. On the tee, if it's your turn to play, that should be your priority. Don't be totaling up your shots on the previous hole and marking your scorecard. There's plenty of time for that after you've hit. In the fairway, be ready to go. Know your yardages, wind conditions, and club you'll hit. When it's your turn, hit it and keep the game moving. When someone else is hitting, keep the noise to yourself. Don't be using a zipper on your golf bag, rummaging for a golf ball, or jangling coins in your pocket. Be sure to watch other players' shots. You'll find errant shots quicker, and you'll have a friend for life. Be careful with your shadows on the greens and tees. Late afternoon shadows are long, and your movements can be distracting. If faster players are behind you, invite them to play through. And while it's less of an issue with soft spikes, be careful when walking across another player's putting line. They'll appreciate it and silently thank you. Above all, have fun. It's a game. That's your Golf to Go. I'm Frank LaRosa.
Only one radio program captures the excitement of hunting and fishing as it happens. The award-winning California Sportsman with Sep Hendrickson. Only California Sportsman takes you where the action is. Live on the water, live in the blind, and live with the top pros and experts in outdoor sports. California Sportsman with Fishing Hall of Famer Sep Hendrickson is your premier destination for all things outdoors. Sep's Saturday Morning Outdoors. Ultimate Bass and California Sportsman, 5 a.m. to 8 a.m. Saturdays on Sactown Sports 1140.
Waking you up with the best in local sports.
They just make it interesting, you know?
It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross
on Sactown Sports.
Nate Littlefield behind the glass running the show. Noticing the music. What's the theme today, Nate? Is there one?
We didn't discuss one. We should have.
We should have.
My bad. I just play the things I like.
Yeah.
On yeah.
You do what you do.
We've been having theme days, Katie, where we kind of
like 80s Tuesday.
Yeah,
That's how Dave micromanages people.
It was his idea. Why did I get that eye?
You sound like a chicken.
You're a chicken.
We can change. We can get a theme going.
Let's see. Let me think.
We could sit on it.
Theme.
Yeah,
we'll sit on the
I think
theme.
it's a little late for a theme. We're 2 hours into the show, y'all.
Oh, quit
Oh,
thinking.
we are. I'm just having so much fun.
Coming up in an hour, Dave Richards going to join us. That's going to be a lot of fun. 9 a.m. Monte McNair, GM, Sacramento Kings, Puppy Vest. He will join us. And we will talk probably Kings. Also, I did promise him we would talk fantasy football. So it's really going to be kind of like Dave Richard rolling into Monte McNair, fantasy expert. How funny would that be to have Monty on?
Monty's a big fantasy football person.
Massive.
Yeah.
How funny would that be, though, to have Monty on weekly, but like we never talk about Kings. It's just we have him on as a fantasy football expert. And just introduce him as Monte McNair, from MonteMcNair.com here to talk fantasy football. I wonder how long that bit would go on before people would start getting really angry. Like, why aren't you asking him about the Kings?
It probably wouldn't take very long.
Maybe like one interview. Here's something that happened yesterday that I thought was very, very cool. And it happened in a game between the LA Dodgers and the Atlanta Braves.
Ronald hammers this to left center. That ball is history. And Ronald Acuna Jr. just made history. He has Major League Baseball's first ever 30-60 season, and he does it in grand fashion.
So that's Ronald Acuna Jr., one of the young superstars of baseball. MVP candidate, some may even say favorite in the National League. Obviously, Mookie Betts, Matt Olson. There's a few others that might have a claim there, but Ronald Acuna is getting hot at the right time. 30-60, in case you don't know, 30 home runs, 60 stolen bases. We've had 30 for 30 and 30, 40 and 40. He's the first 30-60 guy. So it was a big day, and he hit that grand slam, of course, against the Dodgers in LA, which we love. But that was not the best thing.
Best part of his day.
Because
it depends which one's going to age better.
Well, and he kept a ticket from yesterday's game, Acuna did, at Dodger Stadium, and he presented it to his longtime girlfriend, Maria, and he inscribed it with the following message in Spanish. For the rest of my life, I hope you never forget this incredibly special day for us, because it began with a hurried wedding ceremony and ended with the highlight you just heard. We do not have highlights. I wish we did, of the wedding ceremony. His new wife and their two sons, 2-year-old Ronald Daniel and 11-month-old Jamal, watched the game from section 108. He is 25. She is 23. They met about 4 years ago, got engaged in January, but under the terms of her Venezuelan visa, she had to leave the U.S. by the end of the week and wouldn't be allowed to return for another 3 months, keeping her and the children away for a stretch run that, given the way the season's played out, might result in either World Series MVP or both, and they didn't want to do that. So getting married sooner solved the problem, but they had to act quickly. So it's 7 a.m. our time, 10 a.m. Eastern Wednesday. He called his business manager, asking him to schedule the fastest wedding imaginable. It had to happen in L.A., where their road series was. Within 24 hours, a venue was booked in Agoura Hills. An officiant was found.
Officiant.
A full-fledged ceremony.
You do it to me. This is our thing.
A full-fledged ceremony was taking place. The family was flown to L.A. on Wednesday afternoon. Acuna arrived at the team hotel at about 2 a.m. Thursday, awoke 5 hours later, was driven 35 miles north to tie the knot, and the wedding happened. That was initially supposed to take place in their native Venezuela over the summer. That's pretty awesome.
That explains it.
Also, can I just say this? Like, great story, cute story. I'm not taking anything away from it. Not the fastest possible wedding you could have put together.
No.
There's faster ones, but that was like.
But he actually wanted it to be special. It wasn't just let's go
to the dock.
Let's go to the dock in Tahoe and go to Ross and grab something.
Do you think does that count as a destination wedding for his friends?
Well, let me just say, tied the knot in California. So
he did?
That's always going to be a thing.
Oh, that's a good point right there. Imagine getting that
call. Worked out well.
Imagine being one of his friends, and it's like the day before. Hey, it's Ron Acuna Jr. Oh, yeah. Hey, want you to be at my wedding.
Yeah, that's wild.
But
you know what? I applaud him for actually putting in the effort to make it special, because they're young.
Yeah.
She's young.
Yeah.
23 years old. Like, little girls dream of these things. I think it's you go to a courthouse and do it quickly, like when you're older and the world has really worn you down.
Yeah. I got a buddy who's doing a destination wedding. And I don't like it. And I told him that too.
Of course
but I'm actually going.
Yeah. Where's the destination, may I ask? Or is that revealing too much?
It's not revealing too much. It's the This fool is getting married in not this coming year, but the following year. Somewhere.
So in 2025?
It's going to be over New Year's, basically,
Oh, wow.
in the British Virgin Islands.
Have you ever been?
Yes, which is why I'm going to this one, because it's an excuse to go, because
Yeah.
I love the BVI.
Yeah, it's
we call
beautiful.
it the BVI, by the way. Yeah, I love it. We went there on a cruise, and then we got 2 days there, didn't get enough time.
Oh.
But destination weddings, and I told him, I'm like, look, you're lucky it's the BVI, because they're selfish. They're really bad. Destination wedding people are usually bad people. No, they are. They're the two worst wedding people.
I think it's a really good way for people that want to only invite a certain number of people that they feel are very close to them, and they'll come. They know they'll come, and it's an excuse for like the other people, so that they don't have to like insult people. Like if they got married here in Sacramento, and you go from having a 20-person guest list to having a 200-person guest list.
Yeah, but here's the thing. You're putting pressure on these people to now spend all this money so they can stay at La Quinta for 3 days and go to your stupid wedding. And you're wherever it may be. Maybe it's a cool place, but what if they don't have the money? What if they have plans? What if they just don't want to do it? Now they have to travel this whole way to be a part of your wedding.
I know the friend that you're talking about, and I don't think the money is the issue.
I'm talking about, no, I'm saying like, what if that person's friends? What if they don't have the money? What if there's something? You're basically saying, do you care enough about me to take vacation time and travel over to wherever the hell so that you can watch my stupid wedding, which nobody likes anyways. Nobody likes going to weddings. They tolerate going to weddings. So do you like going to weddings?
Yeah.
You like it. It's enjoyable.
God, it's been a while since I've been to one.
Just saying, you're sitting there. It's a 5-hour commitment. You got to do the hour or two, depending on the religion, let's be honest, of weddinging. And then the reception's fine, but then, Uncle Dickie gets drunk and stupid, does something dumb, or a kid cries. It's rude to invite anyone to your wedding, first off, just because give them the option of just getting you the present. But I understand that's normal, and I'm stupid. But the two worst wedding people are destination wedding people and people that don't check the sports calendar before a wedding.
Oh my!
Yeah, they're the worst.
God.
And you know what?
You literally are the most self-centered person on the planet.
Oh, I thought you were agreeing with me
because it's about you.
No, it's not about me. It's about you.
So we must all check Dave's schedule.
Not Dave.
The sporty
Not
schedule.
Dave. No, and I'm not talking about like Kings at Rockets in January. I'm talking about Super Bowl, Final Four, basketball, men's basketball or football championship. Like, I'm talking about the big World Series game 6 or 7. I'm talking about the major events.
Okay.
How rude and self-centered is it of somebody to not worry about the stuff that's going on and decide that you have to go donate 5 hours of your time while the stinking Super Bowl's on, or this championship or that big game? I'm talking about big stuff. I'm not talking about, the Giants and Braves in July. You know what I'm saying? You don't think did you check the sports schedule?
No.
See?
That's not really how it worked with
But
mine.
what month I forget.
I got married over Memorial Weekend.
In May?
Yes, Dave, in May.
Oh, because I always mix it up with September.
September is Labor Day.
Labor Day, yeah. That's the one that's
but mine was because I wanted to get married before I gave birth to my daughter. It was like a weird thing.
Yeah. Same here. That's why I did mine.
Yeah.
You don't think
we were actually engaged before I found out that I was pregnant?
Well, I would hope you had engaged before you got pregnant. That's how it works, Katie. Right, Nate? Thank you. Am I right? That's how it works. I learned that in school.
So stupid.
I want to remind you, Monte McNair will join us at 9 a.m. So you don't think you should check the sports schedule?
No, Dave, I don't.
Oh, okay.
Because I think
when I
that
get married,
life
I'm not going to worry about a Kings game when you can't be there.
Yeah. I'm
just going to have it. And
can't be there.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't check.
And you know what? That's okay.
It's selfish.
Because it's not about me. It's about that person.
Yeah, but you can also, if you're asking
if you
people
want me to be there so bad, if I play some kind of important role in it, then yes,
also,
check the Kings schedule.
By the way, big sporting event.
But I don't have friends.
If the wedding is on a big sporting event day, I read this somewhere, 98% result in divorce within 2 years. It's a fact. It's a fact. Oh, it's a fact.
I'm not missing a Niner playoff game.
Thank you
for a wedding. But also, the NFL season usually isn't wedding season.
Usually.
Exactly.
So,
but if you got somebody,
February, January, or not.
If your friend is like, we're getting married on Sunday, and it's like NFC Championship weekend.
No.
First off, right now, someone's calling the shots in that family. Ain't gonna work. Secondly, that marriage, no shot, no chance. No chance.
I have a bunch of non-sports friends though, so they would probably do it without thinking, and I'd say sorry.
No chance. I say no chance. Check in on if they do.
Sorry, Brock Purdy's about to win me a Super Bowl.
Sorry, I'll get you. Enjoy your toaster, Kim. Enjoy your NutriBullet there, Wayne. I will not be there.
Ooh, Wayne and Kim's wedding.
That's
That is
right.
not going to work.
We'll take a break when we come back.
God.
Hey, we're halfway through. What does JaVale McGee do for the Sacramento Kings? That's a great question. We will discuss it right after this.
Will Christian McCaffrey lead the NFL in rushing? Can Sacramento's own Eric Armstead bring his game to another level?
Prescott back steps up in the pocket. He gets sacked. Back on the 15-yard line. Get in my belly.
Get in my
says
belly.
Eric Armstead.
Will rookie Jake Moody pick up where veteran kicker Robbie Gould left off? Find out on Whitey and Watkins every day at 11 a.m. during the 49ers Focus on Sactown Sports and SactownSports.com.
All new spring deals are here at Lowe's. Start planting your garden this weekend with Bonnie 11.8-ounce vegetables. Buy 4 for $10. Plus, liven up your patios and decks with fresh blooms. Select 1.5-gallon hanging baskets or 2 for $20. Lowe's knows spring. Lowe's knows home improvement. Offers valid through 5/17. In-store only. Actual plant size and selection varies by location. While supplies last, excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Arnold Law Firm.
I'm Tamara Berg in the KCRA 3 Weather Center. It's Friday, it's September 1st, and we've got changes we can feel. The clouds have raced in, the breeze is steady. Daytime highs will drop off to mid-70s with a chance of maybe a few sprinkles. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
The Arnold Law Firm has seen how a collision can turn anyone's life upside down in a heartbeat. So remember to be a little more alert on the road and stay safe. The Arnold Law Firm, providing real justice for you since 1975. Call 916-777-7777.
Some days I cover up because of my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis. Now I'm hitting the road with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi, Risankizumab Risa, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, 3 out of 4 people achieved 90% clearer skin at 4 months. And Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist prescribed biologic in psoriasis, and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
Heart failure, carpal tunnel syndrome, shortness of breath, stomach issues, lower back pain. How does it all add up? If you have heart failure and any of those seemingly unrelated symptoms sound familiar, it's time to talk with your cardiologist and get the full picture. They may add up to transthyretin amyloid cardiomyopathy. ATTR-CM is a rare and underdiagnosed disease. Recognize the signs and discuss them with your doctor soon. Learn more at connectwithyourheart.com. That's connectwithyourheart.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
California, the Ford Labor Day Sell-a-thon is back. It's bigger, with inventory on the ground and ready for you now. It's bolder, with the hottest models and latest technology. It's better, with offers so good you can't pass them up. And now's the best time to get behind the wheel of your brand new Ford truck or SUV and drive it home today. Get incredible prices on our newest electric vehicles. Come celebrate this Labor Day with Ford and get low APR and amazing deals on Ford Edge, Escape, Explorer, Expedition, Bronco Sport, Mustang, Mustang Mach-E, F-150, and F-150 Lightning. Don't wait. Take one home now before summer ends. We have the inventory. We have the offers, but they're not going to last. It's the Ford Labor Day Sell-a-thon, and it's bigger, bolder, and better than ever. Hurry, it all ends September 4th, so go to your California Ford dealer today. Night with Cole Swindell. 2023 ACM Song of the Year winner hits Hard Health Park at Cal Expo in Sacramento, Saturday, September 9th for the CITP2 Fest. And Cole's bringing some friends like Chris Jansen, Dylan Scott, Matt Stell, and more. Tickets start at $40 at CITPFest.com.
KHTKAM HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sactown Sports.
Sactown Sports.
Headlines.
I'm Nate Littlefield. These are your Sactown Sports headlines. Yesterday, your Sacramento Kings introduced their newest player. Well, until later in the day, I guess. Sasha Vezenkov. The EuroLeague MVP gave a charismatic intro to Sacramento and will wear the number 7. The Kings also made an interesting move by signing the 3-time NBA champion JaVale McGee. This move adds some more competition to the backup center role, along with Nimi Kayte, Nerlens Noel, and Alex Len. Those are the headlines. Now we get to the second half of the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
The Carmichael Dave Show.
He's on the microphone when he's not on the microphone. He's playing a song, and when he's not playing a song, he's on the microphone, and then
boom, with Jason Ross.
No, he didn't. Yes, he did.
Call or text at 916-339-1140.
It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross on Sactown Sports.
Hey, halfway through today. Kayte, nice enough to bless us with her presence all week long. And we appreciate that.
Half the week long.
All weeks. Okay, never mind. Kayte.
3 days. You got me for 3 days.
For 3 days. She'll be back next Wednesday. Jason Ross will be back with us on Monday. He is stingering up yesterday in Louisiana, along with Scott Marsh and UC Davis, Sac State, UC Davis, both victorious. They can just relax the rest of the week, knowing that they are both programs tied for the best record in college football. Yeah, that's a fact. Regardless of division. Love the cleanup here on your chat and the text regarding the wedding conversation that we had. Some wedding dates are set. Christine's checking. I'm getting both sides now on this.
Okay.
Christine's checking. And she says some wedding dates are set so far ahead of time they don't even know it's going to fall on the same day as an important sporting event.
Thank you.
Here's the other thing too. Like my friend's getting married, like not this January, but the following January, late December. I feel like 6 months is a sweet. Like anything longer than 6 months is too long to wait to get married.
No, it's not.
That's way too long.
I mean,
you don't even know if
you didn't
you're still
even
going to
wait
be
9
together
months.
by then. Yeah, exactly. You know what? You know what? It should be 60 days. 2 months in advance.
Coming from someone who has never planned an event in his entire life.
That is not true. I have a 16th birthday party I'm planning in October, Kayte. We're going to Benihana or something like it. We're going to go to a virtual
So I saw
reality
this
place.
really, really great thing that is this is when I was reeling, the other day. I was going through the reels. I was trapped.
You weren't really. Yeah, you were on Instagram reels.
I was reeling. It's pretty fitting either way you put it.
Yeah.
But it was this whole thing about how no man can ever plan anything. They say they're incapable until it's fantasy football season,
Well,
and
that's a great point
they
right
plan
there.
their draft.
Bachelor parties, fantasy football, anything involving football. Yeah, football Sunday, exactly. But don't wait 2 years. Oh, also, and last question on this, because we just got on the subject, and we'll move on to JaVale McGee here. Am I right that if your friend, like, the more times your friend gets married, the less expensive a present you get them?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Just making sure that wasn't just me. I have a friend who's getting married for the third time. I'm like, I'm getting you like a paper airplane, dude. Like, honestly.
Unless it's death.
What are we doing?
If death is the cause of the remarriage.
Yes, of course. If it's a widow or widower, well, Captain Poopy Pants. I know.
Well, no,
right?
I had to
Yes,
clarify because
of course.
it's not like he's just getting divorced because he wants to.
If the marriage ended in
Or her.
tragic
Okay, no one
circumstances,
ever goes into it wanting to get divorced. Okay, people.
That is true. But
Jeez.
I'm just saying. If unless it's death, Nate, yes.
Good, I'm glad.
The next time, first marriage, Cuisinart. Second marriage, spoons.
Second marriage, coffee grinder.
Right. Third marriage, $5 gift card to Applebee's. Like, I feel like that's how it should, and like a card, like, LOL, see you in a year.
Oh, that's terrible.
Is that okay? JaVale McGee. Great transition. He has come home to Sacramento. I cannot wait to see the baby JaVale and young JaVale in the Monarchs gear. Pictures that inevitably are going to show up. His mom Pam played for the Monarchs back in the day, and we go full circle now. As JaVale tweeted yesterday, is full circle. He is now back and playing for the first time as an adult in Sacramento for the Sacramento Kings. If he makes
and also kind of localish in the sense that he went to Nevada.
Yeah,
like that's a lot of people there are Kings fans.
Yes. 100%. Just to give you the lowdown, if you're not a JaVale McGee expert, he is 35. He will be 36 in January. He's 7 feet, 270, 280, I'm sure, depending on the day. But he's a big man. Yes, he went to Nevada, 18th overall pick in the 2008 draft. He has played for the Wizards, the Nuggets, the Sixers, the Mavs, the Warriors, the Lakers, the Cavs. Sounds like a rhyme. The Nuggets, the Suns, and then back to the Mavericks for stint number 2 last year.
I think it just shows that he is the quintessential role player and for someone to stick in the league that long, and you've been on a lot of teams, but it's because you serve a very distinct purpose for teams.
Yeah.
And the role that he's going to fill for the Kings, in essence, is going to be obviously a backup, but might play alongside Domantas Sabonis given the situation.
Mm-hmm.
But it is like we talked about it earlier, like situations during the playoffs. Like if you can give Domas 5 minutes of rest and put someone like JaVale McGee, who has size and defensive capabilities, to go up against someone like Kevon Looney, like that is the purpose he's going to serve on the floor. But I actually think his role is going to be more extensive in the locker room off the floor. And I think that's really where guys like that, their value comes in. He's played he's been in the playoffs a lot. He's won a few titles. He's played with some of the game's best players, and he's been around their routines, their habits. And those are the things that you pass on to young players. And that's been really important. And I think this organization over the last few years has really done a good job of having one of those guys on the roster.
Now I'm thinking about it. Sorry, I should probably do this off the air. Have they officially announced JaVale's signing yet? Because I can't ask Monty about it if they haven't. Can you check that when you get a chance, Nate? Can you check? I know.
Why don't you just text him?
I know it's been I could. Yeah, that's fine. This is just easier. Well, I guess it's not, but no, it's just if the Kings have not officially announced it.
Well, and that's a position too.
I got a quick follow-up. Well, because they did the Sasha introduction yesterday, and then within about an hour or two after, they announced the JaVale McGee thing.
Okay, they did. The Kings did.
Sources
or did
let me just text Shannon,
right?
I'll take care of this.
No, I got the thread.
No,
right
you're
here.
not. You're good for nothing.
Just saying, it's just a wasted question, is all I'm saying. If the King, I couldn't remember.
This is a sham.
Shams did, and I know Chris Haynes, I think, is actually the one that broke the signing. But if it hasn't officially come from the Kings, generally we can't.
I'm saying it's a conspiracy. I think he was signed before the interview, but they didn't want to leak it out until after, so no one asked about it because they wanted it to be Sasha's day.
That's honestly, that's been
a position too that we've been incredibly kind of thin at for a while.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Now you have Alex Lynn, who is re-signed. You have Nerlens Noel. You've got Nimi Kayte, obviously. You add JaVale McGee to the mix, and you have Domantas Sabonis. And then Trey Lyles last year played quite a bit of small ball 5 in moments. And I think that we're still going to see all of these different iterations of the lineup because, wow, and certain matchups, wow, teams really struggled when the Kings had Trey Lyles in at the 5. And so this gives you flexibility and options.
JaVale McGee, by the way, had 26 blocks in just 42 games last year, but in those 42 games, he only started 355 total minutes. My point is that's a lot of blocks based on the amount of minutes he played. 81 blocks the year before in just 74 games, again, coming off the bench for almost all of those games. Just to give you an idea, the Kings had 275 blocks last year. Grand total of 275 blocks last year. As a matter of fact,
and how many of those came from guards?
You know what? I'm going to ask you this. I will tell you right now.
By the way, your answer, no, they have not officially.
They have not officially. Okay. I would have gotten this wrong. Who led the Kings in blocks last year? I would have absolutely gotten this wrong. 100%. So don't feel bad if you.
Is it Malik Monk?
Okay, that is your guess. Is Malik Monk?
That's what I was trying to figure out, as if it was Malik.
I tried to go like not obvious.
This player led the team.
Starting lineup?
Oh, so you want me to narrow it down? You know what? I'll narrow it down. Yes.
Is it Dave? Oh, it is starting lineup?
It is starting lineup. That's the last hint I'm giving, other than this person led the team with 42 blocks.
Keegan.
So your guess is Keegan?
Yes.
Is that your guess?
Yes, because Malik didn't start, so obviously that's wrong.
Well, there's also 4 other starters.
It can't be Harrison. I don't think it's Domas. I don't know. This is I don't. You want me to make a guess?
No, I just said take a guess, but it was for fun.
Sometimes I really despise you.
I love putting.
Is it De'Aaron?
Is it De'Aaron? So De'Aaron is your guess, and you're sticking with Keegan.
I'm gonna rock with Keegan, I guess.
De'Aaron Fox was 5th with 23 blocks. Domantas Sabonis was just 3 behind the team lead with 39 blocks.
Was it Kevin?
Keegan Murray led the team. I would have 100% gotten that wrong with 42 blocks. Kevin was 4th at 24, and Trey Lyles was 3rd with 31 blocks. My point is this.
Don't sleep on Trey. He actually is a really good team defender, so he's in the right place at the right time.
How about 42 blocks?
Way to go, Keegs.
For Keegan Murray, and 42 blocks. That is that's 16 more blocks than JaVale McGee had last year in 355 minutes.
I know.
Point being,
seriously,
he can fill
size wins every time.
We'll take a break. When we come back, Tyreek Hill will not be facing any discipline, as the NFL being a little light on this stuff, and we'll give you some other NFL notes coming up right after this.
Will Brandon Ayuk emerge as a star in the Bay this season?
Now going to throw for the end zone, wide open, Brandon Ayuk.
Can Fred Warner lead the Niners defense to another deep playoff run?
And Fred Warner with the INT.
Pick City, baby! Will Brock Purdy hold on to his starting quarterback job?
Purdy going to drop back the pass, try to run for it and go to the end zone standing.
Down and Purdy, baby! Tune into Niners at 9 every day on the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
On Sactown Sports and SactownSports.com.
Celebrate the crowning of the NTT IndyCar Series champion at the season finale Firestone Grand Prix of Monterey at WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca, September 8th through 10th. International athletes hitting 180 miles per hour as they roar by. Experience autograph sessions, Ferris wheel, go-karts, and delicious Monterey cuisine. And don't miss IndyCars descending the famous corkscrew at astounding speed and accuracy. Tickets are on sale now at WeatherTechRaceway.com. Don't miss IndyCar racing and the season finale, September 8th through 10th. It's the fastest action in America.
I'm Ty Burrell, actor and small business owner. I'm going to show you my steps for making the perfect radio ad. This one's about innovation refunds and the ERC. First step, be relatable. I like pizza and puppies. 2, cold hard info. The ERC is a tax credit for eligible businesses that kept employees on payroll in 2020 and 2021. So if you qualify, Innovation Refunds Network of Independent Tax Attorneys could help you claim it. 3, go to innovationrefunds.com or call 1-843-REFUNDS.
Innovation Refunds does not provide tax or legal advice. We work with an independent network of tax professionals. Terms and conditions apply. Ty is a paid spokesman.
Carmichael Dave.
He has very good sources, and he just kind of tells it as it is and gets to the point.
Jason Ross.
He has a lot of pretty smart things to say. He's good at what he does.
On Sactown Sports.
Tyreek Hill is an incredibly talented wide receiver. Now for the Miami Dolphins, formerly of the Kansas City Chiefs. And he had an off-season incident at a marina back in June down in Miami. Hill allegedly, according to WPLG TV in Miami, he allegedly hit a marina employee during a disagreement that took place. Miami radio show host Andy Slater reported that Hill slapped the employee on the back of the head, but said the employee has declined to press charges. The incident was investigated by the Miami-Dade Police Department. No charges were filed against Hill. In July, attorneys for both parties released a joint statement announcing the situations had been resolved.
Financially.
Well, I didn't say
Let
that.
me insert that.
Yeah, right. Exactly. He said Hill said he wasn't concerned about a potential suspension from the NFL. And he shouldn't have been, because the NFL said there will be no action taken from the league.
So here's the interesting thing. There's obviously a history of that with him, because while he was at Oklahoma State, he was convicted of domestic assault and ended up transferring. And so it's troublesome in the sense that I think that rightfully so, the NFL has a reputation of really going light on such incidences in terms of discipline with their players. Every other league, to my knowledge, does internal investigations no matter what.
Right. Yeah. And there was an internal investigation. The domestic assault in college, there was a child abuse investigation a while back with him involving his 3-year-old son, then 3-year-old son, who had suffered a broken arm, but neither was charged. There was audio that was, pretty scary to listen to at times. It is an interesting, and look, we're not legal experts here, and we're not going to try to be. I always say, or try to say, that, it is incredibly dumb to speculate, especially in an environment like this, a sports talk radio show about things. Let the player avail themselves to the justice system, where they are presumed innocent and entitled counsel and all of that stuff. And once that is resolved, then sports radio shows, along with the league they're in, can take action based on what did or didn't happen. Now, as you mentioned, the assault happened in college. That's been convicted and dealt with. There were no charges filed in the child abuse allegations, and there have been no charges filed here. But here's where the NFL gets a little goofy. You wait for the justice system to do their thing, but that doesn't mean that just because there wasn't a conviction. In fact, if I remember correctly, Trevor Bauer of the Dodgers was not convicted of anything, but baseball still basically booted him out. It's a matter of what happened. Yes?
Well, most recently, the NBA, you look at Ja Morant, he was not charged for
that's correct
waving allegedly a firearm. It could have been a toy, whatever.
But now he's going to miss the first 25 games of the season. My point is this. It's incumbent upon the NFL, or it should, to say that there is a string of situations. And even though you were not charged, we also know, and I assume they do, that there was a settlement, that the violent incident did happen. Now, do I think Tyreek Hill, not that I think any violence is okay, but I think we can all agree there's a difference between slapping somebody in the back of the head and pummeling them to the ground, as opposed to beating them with a baseball bat, as opposed to shooting them. Like, there are obviously levels of assault and levels of violence.
Sure. And he's run the spectrum, it sounds.
Right. It sure would be nice to, I don't think anybody's going to blink an eye at a $25,000 fine to Tyreek Hill for what happened. Don't suspend him any games and donate that money to the domestic violence or, whatever appropriate charity is, and you're done with it. And that's $25,000 that a charity really could use. And I have a hard time believing that Tyreek Hill would protest at this point. Excuse me, because obviously we believe, which now we're speculating, but it sure seems like there was probably a financial settlement made with the person that he.
If both lawyers released a statement, that's pretty much what's
generally
inferred.
they're not just like I highly doubt the guy who got slapped allegedly. But who knows? Maybe there wasn't. Maybe he signed a bunch of Dolphins gear for him and gave him some tickets. I mean, honestly, we don't know what happened. But I also am never, ever, ever going to look at the NFL as a leader in the ethical thing to do, especially when it comes to stuff
ethical
like that.
standards.
Yeah, it doesn't. And it goes to a whole thing too, where you can also, and this is where I get a little bleeding heart, if you will. But I do think that there are certainly, I think we have to recognize, I think it's okay to explore philosophically the difference between a baseball player and a football player, the difference between a basketball player and a boxer. And there's very interesting studies out there that show that when you are in the fight sports or you're in a violent sport like the NFL, it has nothing to do, or at least in these studies, I saw nothing regarding race, nothing regarding upbringing, nothing regarding education or
mitigating factors.
What it has to do with is that you are, especially in the fight sports, you are trained and your entire life is about violence.
Mm-hmm.
In the NFL, it's fairly similar. And then in the off season, you have all this time, you have all this money, presumably, and you have very little structure, very little to keep you occupied. So you go out and
and
find
not
things
many
done.
outlets for that.
That's correct.
Yes.
And I personally would love to see an uptick in, look, it doesn't have to be the NFL has off-season training camps, because you can't legally do that under the Players Association, but provide outlets and things for your players, which, by the way, would turn out not only to be more bonding, but healthier and all that. Provide outlets. Same thing with boxing. Same thing with the UFC. Give these people stuff to do. Now, I'm in no way saying or trying to intimate that NFL players and boxers and fighters are monsters that should not be released in the public. But when you see violent incidents happen a lot in those sports, and you try to look at how a lot of these folks are being trained and what their job description is, that's a lot of adrenaline. That's a lot of violence. That's a lot of energy.
So you're like, give them something to do.
Something. Give
I've
it
got
an
an
outlet.
idea.
Something.
Therapy ever an option?
Well,
people look at
yes.
therapy as if like you do it if there's something wrong.
Yeah.
That's not the case. It's not the case at all. I think everyone benefits from therapy, and everybody's job provides some kind of stress or anxiety in their life that they can benefit from therapy. I don't know. Hands down, though, yes, these things get publicized. It's going to happen. We're going to see them because they're public figures. But something is wrong with the NFL, and it's not
There's
just
a lot
there.
wrong
It
with
just
the NFL.
it has been that way for a long time.
Yeah.
And they don't hold their players accountable, and no one holds the NFL accountable for how they handle this stuff.
No, and this is it may not even be top 5 on the list of things that are wrong with the National Football League, which I'm a hypocrite. I love, I'm excited for. I will watch so many games, but at the same time, anytime anything like this comes up, I feel guilty if I don't use my platform to piss off half our audience. But still, to remind everybody who doesn't know, get a chance, Google NFL and racial norming. Just Google it and see what comes up and read about it. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, you might be shocked. We'll take a break. When we return, Dave Richard joins us at 8:44. But before that, let's reset the Sacramento Kings with Monte McNair coming on at 9 a.m. Sasha Vezenkov, JaVale McGee, unofficially, and much more as we look at the roster and where they're going into training camp. We'll do that next.
It's Whitey and Watkins on Sactown Sports.
Of course, the Warriors are trying to ruin this, Sacramento show. Of course, I shouldn't be surprised that this is probably.
I don't think you should go there.
Where did that come from? What is that origin? What a wet blanket he's become. Okay, I was born with the wet blanket.
You really adopted it.
Unlike Trey Lance, I was born with it.
It's Whitey and Watkins from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. on Sactown Sports.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by the Roseville Auto Mall.
I'm Tamara Berg in the KCRA 3 Weather Center. It's Friday, it's September 1st, and we've got changes we can feel. The clouds have raced in, the breeze is steady. Daytime highs will drop off to mid-70s with a chance of maybe a few sprinkles. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
It only comes once a year. The spectacular Labor Day sales event at the Roseville Auto Mall. You'll save on every make and model in stock. Plus, there's excellent financing and factory discounts available at the Roseville Auto Mall. Driven to be the best.
If this were a Reese's TV ad, you'd be staring at a Reese's peanut butter cup. And sure, my voice is peanut buttery smooth, but still, you need to see the peanut butter cups, right? No? I can really just say Reese's and you'll go get some? Okay. Reese's. 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 Really working, actually. Reese's. Reese's. I'm on to something. Reese's. Reese's. Reese's.
For a business to thrive, there needs to be a constant stream of new customers. This happens through strong lead generation. Did you know that lead generation is one of the most important tools of any marketing campaign? Let us help you identify your target audience and market your products and services to them. To get started today, contact aimyourdigital.com. That's aimyourdigital.com and start seeing results today.
Guys, did you know your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED? And right now, Revive Men's Health Sacramento will check your testosterone for free. They've helped thousands of men since 2011 feel and perform better. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Schedule your free testosterone test, exam, and consultation today. Call 916-277-8599. That's 916-277-8599. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
It's the Labor Day Sell-a-thon at Folsom Lake Ford, and we're back with big discounts and 0% financings available with approved credit. Plus top dollar for all trades. Shop FolsomLakeFord.com.
I suffered with plantar fasciitis for almost 20 years.
I thought that foot pain was going to be with me for the rest of my life.
If you suffer with plantar fasciitis, the search for pain relief can feel like an endless and hopeless ordeal.
I would try drugstore, insoles and supports.
I've been through surgeries, foot injections.
I was trying all different things. Not a single one worked.
If you think you've tried everything to relieve your foot pain, you probably haven't tried arch supports from the Good Feet store.
And then I was driving past the Good Feet store, and I thought, why not? Give it a try. They wanted to make sure that they gave me the right arch support for my feet. Then it was like, okay, this is different. These make a difference.
I don't have foot pain anymore. I'm so glad I met Good Feet. It changed my life.
See how Good Feet arch supports work for you before you buy with a free fitting and test walk at the Good Feet store.
The Good Feet store. Come in now for a free arch support fitting and test walk.
Sactown Sports.
Headlines.
I'm Nate Littlefield. These are your Sactown Sports headlines. Yesterday, the Sacramento Kings introduced their newest player, Sasha Vezenkov. The EuroLeague MVP gave a charismatic intro to Sacramento, and he will wear the number 7. The Kings also made an interesting move after the intro. They signed 3-time NBA champion JaVale McGee. This move adds some more competition to the backup center role, along with Nimi Kayte, Nerlens Noel, and Alex Len. Those are the headlines. Now we get back to the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross for a nice little segment of what's hot and what's not.
What's hot?
Yeah, hot. Real hot.
And what's not?
It's not good.
Brought to you by American Energy Heating and Air, Sacramento's complete heating and cooling company, and second opinion partner.
Oh my goodness.
Hello. Got some runs in there, little. Who's hot?
I liked it.
Thank you.
We're going to go back to the old Bleacher Report. We're not touching Andy Bailey today. Nothing like that. We're not going after him.
I have no idea what we're going to do.
Don't worry about it.
Should be interesting.
Bleacher Report released a ranking previewing who they think the top 100 NBA players will be next season. Would you like to guess before I tell you where De'Aaron Fox was ranked?
God, it's such a loaded question.
Yeah,
because if you guess too low, then you're like,
I'm sorry.
oh, they don't like De'Aaron Fox. If you guess too high, they're like, oh, homers.
It's like answering the question. So
it's like, oh, the purple goggles are on.
How old is she?
Yeah.
Like, I don't like answering that question.
Come on, Dave.
So I always say, she's
I'm
21.
gonna do a guess and say he's in mid range. Is that correct?
Mid range, like 50s?
Yeah, in the middle
so what
range.
number?
Dave, what did I just say?
Just
Stop
say
rolling your eyes at me. This drives me absolutely insane. I just said
mid-range.
I'm just saying.
You said mid-range.
Dave, it's a loaded question. I'm not going to commit to it.
I'll say number 23 because I'm going to do the job.
Well, they put him at 17.
Wow.
So they're stoked on De'Aaron. And and Sabonis, I think, was in the 30s.
Do you know where Sabonis? Oh, okay.
I didn't have the exact in the 30. I think 32, 36. Yeah. So that's good, right?
Just for future reference.
Yeah, it's nice to see the Kings getting positive.
Can I just say something about? Stop it.
Why are you asking permission? You can say whatever you want.
I'm going to say something about where Domas is and where De'Aaron are. Oh. They both deserve the recognition, but putting Domas in the 30s, I think, really just shows you how the NBA kind of undervalues that type of a skill set. He's Nikola Jokic. How many times has he friggin' been the MVP now?
Twice.
Yeah. Has a very similar skill set to Domantas Sabonis.
We call him Diet Jokic. That's who he is.
Diet Jokic.
He's the Jokic light. Great value Jokic. That's who Domas is.
I've never
heard the closest thing
I've
to that.
never heard it put that way. There's no undervaluing what Nikola Jokic does in the NBA and for the Nuggets. Domantas Sabonis coming to Sacramento. De'Aaron Fox had already been here for several years. Domantas Sabonis coming and pairing up with people that had been here for some time. Harrison Barnes had been here for some time. De'Aaron Fox. He was the reason this team changed because he's able to highlight De'Aaron's skills, Harrison's skills. He's able to take a little bit of the load off. And so De'Aaron is a freakish athlete. And I think kind of rankings and lists like that tend to go high for athletes and not as much credit for guys that aren't as, athletically wowing.
I can tell you where Domas should be ranked. He should be ranked 7th because that's where he ranked in the MVP voting last year.
This is a prediction for next season.
I gotcha.
Yeah.
He ranked 7th with a broken hand in his first year with the team. This is where the whole conversation gets silly to me. He was 7th. And for you nerds out there who like things like win shares, okay? For example, and by the way, this is you and I are, this is absolutely no disrespect to De'Aaron Fox. I'm just using this to kind of pump up Domas's numbers. They played on the same team. De'Aaron Fox's win shares last year were 7.4 win shares. Domantas was 12.6. The only guy in the league ahead of him, Nikola Jokic at 14.9. That takes into account a lot of things. By the way, when you want to talk about MVP voting, Domas was 7th. De'Aaron was 11th. The Kings had 2 top 11 MVP vote getters last year. And the absolute slander being put on Domantas Sabonis' name because of a tough matchup with Kevon Looney and the defending champions is absolutely hilarious to me. You want to put him at that ranking, that's fine. Whatever. I don't care. He was the 7th best player in the league according to votes last year. It's so stupid. So that could lead off who's not. Who's not hot? Stupid people.
Oh, yeah.
That's who's not hot.
They can be.
Who else is not hot?
Cooper Kupp, he sustained a hamstring injury, and it looks like his return might be more delayed. And I from my understanding, it's no relation to his torn ACL he suffered last year. But I know he's a division rival as a huge Niners fan, but do have a lot of respect for him as a player.
No,
and probably the best route runner in the NFL.
Certainly, right there, he and Amari Cooper, 2 of the best. That sucks. Cooper Kupp's so good. And injuries really kind of robbed him of much of last season.
One more thing before we get Dave Richard, though, I would like to let everyone know that he'll be joining us from the Folsom Lake Honda hotline, and Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop.
One-stop Honda shop. Hamstring injury day to day, according to Sean McVay, who says, quote, we'll take it one day at a time. Oh, I have another who's not. Just amending that. Who's not? Who's hot? Who's not? Who's not Kayte and her ability to pick a number? Just wanted to remind you that. I literally just
you know what? You can continue to get irritated with me, but it's never going to change because that's just the way that I am.
Well, you know.
You want to know what? I can say who is my number one friend. It is not you.
Is it Josh Jacobs of the Raiders? Because he has no hard feelings.
Kayte, I'm sorry for asking that question.
We made it happen, so it ain't no hard feelings now. I mean, I feel like
let me ask you something. Don't be sorry about asking that question. You asked.
It was loaded, though.
All you have to do is
get off
pick a
your high
number.
horse.
It's not a
Get
high
off
horse.
your high horse.
That has
What's the
nothing to do
number?
with the number.
Pick a number. You want it did spaghetti. What?
Listen, I did not go.
She didn't say a food.
Oh, I just can't decide.
That's
I
pretty
can't
much what you
decide.
did.
No,
I'm gonna go middle. Pick a number between 1 and 40. Middle.
Dave, you are the most annoying, infuriating
What's annoying
person.
is not picking a number, and you're getting mad because you know I'm right.
No.
Pick a number.
No, I get mad because you think you're always right.
No, well, no, I'm not thinking it. I know it. Here's Josh Jacobs.
I mean, we here. We made it happen, so it ain't no hard feelings now. I mean, I feel like I said, we made it happen, so it's a clean slate with me. It was never like really just like, you know, no hate on each side. I understood it, but at the same time, I understood my value too. So it was just about meeting in the middle.
Josh Jacobs, back with the Raiders, on their way to 7, 8, 9 victories. Where would you rank Josh Jacobs as best running backs, Kayte? You say top 5?
No.
Led the league in rushing last year. Top 3?
I'm not answering you.
Josh Allen says, I don't need to hear any outside noise.
One thing I do know, it's hard to win in this league. It's hard to win consistently in this league. But the type of men that we have in this facility, in this locker room, you know, it's a special group. So, you know, I don't really hear all that outside noise. I know the type of guys that we have, the energy and the juice that we can bring, and how special this team can be.
The Bills. We have an article coming out at Sactown Sports where we were asked to make predictions for this year. I'll give you a little spoiler. I have the Bills in the Super Bowl. You just texted me this? Can I?
Go ahead.
So Kayte texts me in all caps. I hate and despise you.
That's pretty funny.
The best part is she spelled despise wrong.
Because I did it on my computer and it went so fast that I hit enter before and then I immediately was like, and I know I spelled that wrong.
Yeah.
He's Mr. Grammar spelling, spell check.
We had a whole thing about it.
Oh.
One of
I'm sorry, I didn't put a colon and a semicolon and a period and exclamation point.
It's one of my favorite things to do with Melissa when we're having a text fight. She'll be like, you and me are not talking. I'll be like, that's you and I.
And we're talking right now.
I'm just glad, honestly, I'm just glad you were able to land on an actual emotion and not say, I generally feel this way. Kelly Stafford is Matthew Stafford's wife, the quarterback of the Rams, and she was talking on her podcast the other day about Matt coming home and feeling old and thinking that players think he's old. He doesn't know what to do. And we wondered when we played that clip as to whether or not Matt knew that Kelly would be telling locker room tales. And, well, she spoke about her comments.
I spoke on a topic that I think it's relatable to the fact that it's hard to relate to someone who is 10 years younger
And that's what
than
was
you.
written actually about. It was a very relatable thing.
And I do think that's entirely true, but I'm not in an NFL locker room. I'm not spending every day with these teammates. Obviously there's relationships. He spends more time with them than he does with me during the season.
Mm-hmm.
That was tough. I say all the time, even on my podcast, probably not the best if your wife's name's in the media when it comes to if it's
Your
talking
career.
about sports. And I failed pretty bad last week, but we're going to move forward.
Does
you know,
everybody have a
hopefully
podcast?
Yes.
those guys and I know those guys know Matthew and don't read into it because, as we know, media can stir things up. But
oh
my God.
Hey, Kelly. How about just stick with I went on my podcast and I told tales out of school I shouldn't have about things my husband confided me in, and we all make mistakes. It's fine. I've done it. You've done. We've said things on the air that were maybe our friends or families might have wanted to be private. I know I have. Let's not
probably every day you do it.
Let's not end the whole thing, which is typical. Let's not end the whole thing with, how the media can spin things around.
Yep.
No,
the blame shifting.
Yeah, you said it. Drives me crazy when people can never be wrong about anything, and there's always an excuse no matter what it is.
Don't look at me like that.
Well, I'm engaging with you in a conversation. Everyone has that type of person that they could make a mistake, do something wrong. It doesn't matter what it is, and there's always an excuse for it. No matter what, there's a reason why they did it. And they're always going to have an excuse ready to go. We all have that friend or family member. Right? Don't you? You know somebody. I know somebody like that. I know somebody like that.
Oh, I do too.
We'll take a break. When we come back, Dave Richards, CBS
Thank
Sports.
God. Somebody else to talk to.
Talk about fantasy football and give us very specific answers to our questions. We'll do that right here on SactownSports.com.
The first ever NBA in-season tournament schedule is out, and our Kings have some great matchups, including national TV games against the Spurs and Warriors.
And Sacramento has won. They have risen to the occasion. And let me tell you, if you can't sense it, this place is absolutely nuts.
Listen to every game on the home of the Kings, Sactown Sports and SactownSports.com.
What's up? We're talking to Chad Hoblet of Hoblet Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram in Woodland. Chad, tell me why we should drive to Hoblet for Chrysler's Labor Day sales event.
Because if you go somewhere else, you're paying too much. No one beats Hoblet when it comes to price and service. Right now, save up to $16,000 off MSRP on new 2023 Ram 1500 crew cabs.
Wow, you're really going all out.
And we're not done yet. You can also save up to $10,000 off MSRP on new 2023 Ram 2500 heavy-duty crew cabs. No one in California has a savings this good on a selection this big with over 300 heavy duties available. That's why we're consistently California's #1 Ram truck dealer.
Stop by the Hoblet Ram Truck Center for a test drive today or see their whole inventory at HobletDodge.com. Unbeatable prices, unbeatable selection. Nobody beats Hoblet, period.
16,000 total net savings on select 2023 Ram 1500 Limiteds after 94.33 factory rebates and 65.67 dealer discounts. 10,000 total net savings on select 2023 Ram 2500 Longhorns after 3,000 factory rebates and 7,000 dealer discounts. Rebates may include $1,000 case construction cash. Must have purchased qualifying case equipment and $500 first responder cash for qualifying first responders only. 5 net savings. See dealer for details.
The summer patio sale is here at Amy's Outdoor Living in Sacramento and El Dorado Hills. Save from 40 to 70% on all in-stock furniture. From their top brands like Brown Jordan, Tropitone, and Woodard, all umbrellas also priced to move, and you can save hundreds on all in-stock Traeger and Weber grills, plus those scratched and dented floor models. Stop by and sample pizzas cooked on the big green egg. That's all this Saturday from 11 to 2. Listen, this is Amy Outdoor Living's biggest sale of the year. Do not miss these great savings. Amy's Outdoor Living, El Camino near Watt. That's the one I grew up going to. And inside Amy Ace Hardware in the El Dorado Town Center. This Saturday, 11 to 2. Biggest sale of the year. Don't miss it. Get down to Amy's today and you tell them Carmichael Dave sent you.
Get ready for a night with Cole Swindell. The 2023 ACM Song of the Year winner hits Heart Health Park at Cal Expo in Sacramento. Saturday, September 9th for the CITP2 Fest. And Cole's bringing some friends like Chris Jansen, Dylan Scott, Matt Stell, and more. Tickets start at $40 at CITPFest.com.
California, the Ford Labor Day Sell-a-thon is back. It's bigger, with inventory on the ground and ready for you now. It's bolder, with the hottest models and latest technology. It's better, with offers so good you can't pass them up. And now's the best time to get behind the wheel of your brand new Ford truck or SUV and drive it home today. Get incredible prices on our newest electric vehicles. Come celebrate this Labor Day with Ford and get low APR and amazing deals on Ford Edge, Escape, Explorer, Expedition, Bronco Sport, Mustang, Mustang Mach-E, F-150, and F-150 Lightning. Don't wait. Take one home now before summer ends. We have the inventory. We have the offers, but they're not going to last. It's the Ford Labor Day Sell-a-thon, and it's bigger, bolder, and better than ever. Hurry, it all ends September 4th. So go to your California Ford dealer today.
Whitey here reminding you that not all grills are created equal. Enjoy the prime grilling season today with a new lifetime warranty Napoleon Prestige line of outdoor cookers. My personal Napoleon P500 series gas grill has turned me into a grilling pro. Napoleon Prestige grills, versatile grilling for every occasion. Form, function, and luxury can come in the same package. Just go to your local Green Acres Nursery and Supply for the best selection today, or visit Napoleon.com for a dealer near you.
What's hot and what's not? Brought to you by American Energy Heat and Air, making the uncomfortable comfortable. Head to AmericanEnergyAir.com to find out more.
They bleed black and purple. It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross on your local sports leader, Sactown Sports.
I want to remind you that we hope you enjoyed Who's Hot and Who's Not, which we did in the last segment. Joining us now.
That's a commercial that,
okay. I got you.
I'm sorry.
Don't be.
It's hard to change that.
I was already.
Don't apologize to him. He deserves none.
You're right, Katie.
I was just rolling along, getting to our next guest.
That's totally fine. I was just telling him stop.
From CBS Sports, fantasy football guru extraordinaire. I believe, I could be wrong. I think this might be year 10 that we've been together. Can't be that long. It's got to be close. The one, the only, Dave Richard. Dave and Katie, good morning.
Everybody, hello. It's good to be back on. Dave, it's great to hear your voice. I think it has been 10 years.
I think this is
10 years of outstanding conversations. And might I add, no, I actually meant that. I'm not joking around. This is really the only place that I can go to where I feel like I can, let me be me a little bit. And when I've got some problems with how I do my work, I can kind of lay on the proverbial couch and let Dave be my fantasy therapist. No one else. Yeah. There's literally nobody else out there who can do that for me. So
we've had these.
Carmichael Dave, PhD.
We've gone through these, and it's one of the things I love about you is you don't just fill column space and podcast minutes. You really, 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 truly put your heart and soul and you treat your advice as if it was and generally is advice you would do in your own leagues. And hey, you make predictions. There's going to be some stinkers and there's also going to be the alphs of the world and different ones that you've nailed more often than not over the years. So I always appreciate that you want everybody who listens to you to legitimately win their fantasy leagues.
It's really the genesis of everything that we do at CBS Sports. Like, we all play in our fantasy leagues and we all want to win, but we really don't withhold much information. And the information that we do withhold, we kind of have an interesting way of spinning it and no one really can tell. But if we know somebody's going to stink, we're going to rank them accordingly.
Sure.
If we think somebody's going to be awesome, we rank them accordingly. We don't hold back at all.
Well, everybody's got, I would hope, drafts coming up. Between now and the start of the season next Thursday. A lot to get to in a short amount of time because I know you're incredibly busy, a very wanted man, if you will. Let's start with our local San Francisco 49ers. Katie and I were talking about this earlier with the report that Christian McCaffrey's minutes may be a little bit reduced. His snap count may be a little bit reduced. Elijah Mitchell, Tyrion Davis-Price getting some of those as they want him for the entire year and to be peaking into the playoffs. So two-parter here for you. Number one, does that do anything in your mind to his draft value and draft placement? Secondly, Dave, are the San Francisco 49ers the toughest team in the NFL to fantasy draft for?
I don't think that they're necessarily the toughest because I think fantasy managers can look at Christian McCaffrey and know that he's worthy of being the first running back off the board. And I can get into the story that you were talking about as well. I've dug into that. I dug into it months ago, actually, and I've got some pretty good information that I think you'll like. I think people view Deebo Samuel as a top 20 type of fantasy player, more of an offensive weapon than a wide receiver, but you start him at wide receiver, and I think he's going to be good. Brandon Ayuk is somebody everybody gets excited about. Sometimes he comes through. Last year he did, tons of numbers. This year, we'll see. I think it really depends on who else stays healthy and how well Brock Purdy finds him from game to game. Kittle is the interesting one. We see George Kittle getting drafted around 50th overall in fantasy. And I think it's just based on what he's been doing year after year. Last year, 11 touchdowns. It's amazing. But he had a 5-year low in catches per game and yards per game last year. And when everybody was healthy over the last 5 games for the 49ers, Kittle was averaging 4.2 targets per game. So that makes me a little bit nervous about buying into him with a top 50 pick. I'm actually, this sounds so gross. I hate saying it, but I'm kind of fading George Kittle this year.
Wow.
Going with either an elite tight end like Kelsey or Andrews with one of my first 3 picks, or I'm going to wait and draft somebody who isn't going to be as productive as George Kittle, but he won't cost me a top 50 pick like George Kittle will. I'm going to let somebody else draft George Kittle in my fantasy leagues because there are so many other great options in that offense. I don't know if Kittle can replicate what he's done in the past. Now, let's talk about Elijah Mitchell and Tyrion Davis-Price, everybody else in this offense. I looked at the 49ers games once they got McCaffrey. Week 8 through their first 2 playoff games. I throw out the playoff game against Philadelphia.
Sure.
That should be wiped from everybody's memory. I'm sorry for bringing it up.
Yeah.
Running backs not named Christian McCaffrey and including Deebo Samuel. This is from week 8 through the first 2 playoff games. 13 carries inside the 10.
Wow.
Non-McCaffrey players, including Deebo, 6 touches inside the 5. Non-McCaffrey players, including Deebo, 2 touches at the goal line. There was a lot of second half garbage time for Mitchell. Mitchell only once played more than half as many snaps as Christian McCaffrey. He was a non-factor in short yardage goal line situations. He played a total of 3 third down snaps between week 8 and the divisional playoff game. I am not convinced that Elijah Mitchell is going to be a huge problem for Christian McCaffrey. I think Mitchell is going to be the guy who plays in non-consequential situations. 2nd and 8 from the 35-yard line, their own 35-yard line. Some stuff like that. When it's a blowout win or a blowout loss, you'll see more of Mitchell than you might McCaffrey. But when they're in the red zone, why in the world would they keep Christian McCaffrey on the sideline? He's going to be out there playing. Those high-value touches will be there for Christian McCaffrey. He averaged over 20 PPR fantasy points per game with the 49ers last year. Fully expect him to do it again. He is my 2nd favorite player in PPR leagues, among anybody in the universe, David.
Wow.
And in non-PPR leagues, he's the 101. I would take him first overall if catches do not count.
It's interesting because it's been so long since I've played fantasy football because the last time I did it was when we drafted for our show, Dave.
That's right.
But I think that everyone does, like, they have a different experience with fantasy football. Some people are really, really into it. Some it's like a fun thing to do with their friends or whatever. So for those fun people, you can't control where you're picking, right? So when it comes to quarterback, I think that's the primary one that everyone is worried about, who they draft. So if you have kind of a lower pick, who is like the dark horse, not big name that you're like, okay, this is a good QB pick for you?
And these are quarterbacks that you wouldn't even consider taking with like your first 6 picks, Katie. This is just not in that range. This is what you're looking for, kind of cheaper quarterbacks on draft day who could perform like a top 5 quarterback might. The first thing I want to say is that unless you can start 2 quarterbacks in your league, you shouldn't take a quarterback in round 1. I know it sounds silly, and you guys will be in your drafts this weekend, and Patrick Mahomes will be taken in round 1. I think it's a mistake. You're passing up on too many other great players at other positions. You need to fill your lineup. You also should not take a quarterback and a tight end with 2 of your first 5 picks unless it's a small league, 8 teams, 10 teams, stuff like that. In those leagues, sure, go for it. Knock yourself out. But in 12-team leagues, 14-team leagues, Bud, you got to go and get running backs and wide receivers on your team. It's important. Okay, 2 quarterbacks to tell you about. Number 1, Tua Tagovailoa in Miami. I know everybody's worried about the concussions and him missing playing time. It's all true. But he also is at the command of an outstanding offense with 2 amazing wide receivers. And I think that this offense is going to continue to put up gaudy numbers, lots of yards after the catch for both Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle. They are going to be nightmares for every defense that they play. Tua Tagovailoa, we're talking around pick 100 overall, somewhere in that range. You draft him, you get another quarterback later on, you should be good to go. If it's a super flex league, you draft Tua, and then with one of your last 6 picks, draft his real-life backup, Mike White, because I think he's going to end up being pretty good too. The other quarterback is Anthony Richardson, the rookie for Indianapolis. If you saw him play in his last preseason game, you saw him complete 6 of 17 passes. That's not so good. But a lot of those passes were downfield. It was almost like the Colts were purposely trying to get their downfield pass game going. Obviously, if he's throwing shorter passes, which is par for the course in RPO offenses, he's going to complete a lot more of those. So don't sweat the 6 for 17. And the dude was a running monster at Florida, and he has proven to be a running monster again. And if Jonathan Taylor's not playing for the Colts, who else is going to run the football? It's going to be Anthony Richardson. You're looking at a candidate for 1,000 rushing yards, if not a record with like 1,200 rushing yards. And what he gives you as a passer, it's not going to be outstanding, but he's got the potential to do it because he's got such a cannon. If Indianapolis can find a receiver or two that can outrun defenses, all Richardson has to do is avoid pass rush pressure, and he can do that with his legs. And then he just chucks it 60 yards downfield. Someone camps out under it, and all of a sudden that's worth 12 points for Anthony Richardson. He's getting drafted. His average draft position is like 3 rounds after anybody that you would take with a top 10 pick. I think he should be right after Tua Tagovailoa, a top 12 type of fantasy quarterback who you grab. And then again, like Tua, you draft another quarterback behind them in case Anthony Richardson struggles to begin the season.
Dave Richard, just a quick true or false, because I want to be able to tell everyone where, if they forgot where to find you, what's going on. Just true or false. Dalvin Cook will not affect Breece Hall as much as some people think he will. True or false?
I think that's going to end up being false, Dave.
Okay. Aaron Rodgers, Wilson, the rookie last year, will be a top 7 quarterback wide receiver combo.
False. Wilson will hold up his end of the bargain.
Bijan Robinson is worth the hype.
True.
Cordero Patterson is worth a mid-round pick.
Are you crazy?
I'm just true or false. That's all I'm saying. I'm just asking.
I don't know if I would take him in a 15-round draft.
That's what I would have said too, probably.
No, flying too.
Finally, Deshaun Watson will end up starting for successful fantasy league teams this year.
I would take him over Tua and Richardson.
Wow.
True.
Where can people just glean, even if by osmosis, the wisdom of CBS Sports' Dave Richard?
Let's face it, a lot of people in Sactown are going to cram for their fantasy drafts. The best place to do it is actually on YouTube. Go to YouTube, search for Fantasy Football Today. That's the name of the CBS Sports Fantasy Football Show. We've got tons of episodes, tons of topics, all designed to help you crush your draft, feel confident walking out of there, and then go on to win your fantasy league.
You're the best in the world. We always love having you around. Thank you so much, David. Have a wonderful day and an even better weekend.
I will talk to you guys next Friday.
All right.
Take care.
Go Knowles.
Oh, that's not nice. That's not nice.
I'm allergic to it.
I'm glad you're keeping me on the air. You cannot end the segment with that little dig at me.
Yeah, I'm sorry. You're right. All right. Hey, best of luck to both teams. Right? No?
Now you're a lame-o.
I'll talk to you Friday. That's Dave Richard. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, Kings general manager Monte McNair will join us next.
Catch the Oakland A's every weekend on Sactown Sports. Friday nights, Saturdays, and Sundays.
Sinking, that's going to get down for a hit. Around third to score is Tony Kemp. And the A's have taken the lead. Edge of the track, makes the catch. And the Athletics get a great win.
Sactown Sports, your weekend home for the Oakland A's.
Sactown Sports coverage of the Oakland A's is brought to you by Xfinity 10G, the next generation network.
All new spring deals are here at Lowe's. Start planting your garden this weekend with Bonnie 11.8-ounce vegetables. Buy 4 for $10. Plus, liven up your patios and decks with fresh blooms. Select 1.5-gallon hanging baskets or 2 for $20. Lowe's knows spring. Lowe's knows home improvement. Offers valid through 5/17. In-store only. Actual plant size and selection varies by location. While supplies last, excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
Wake up, people. You are optimizing every waking hour of your life. From carpooling kids, to work, to friends, and everything in between. You have to get sleep. And a bed that can perform as well as you do. Meet the next generation Sleep Number Smart Bed. It effortlessly adjusts to your shape, position, and movements, learning how you sleep, so you learn to sleep better, night after night. Sleep next level, only from Sleep Number. Don't miss our Labor Day special. Save 50% on the Sleep Number Limited Edition Smart Bed, plus free delivery when you add a base. Ends Labor Day.
Whether you own a local business or a global one, you're always looking for ways to position your operation to create opportunities and move on them faster. With Bank of America, you get access to experts, award-winning insights, and business solutions so powerful, you'll make every move matter, locally and globally. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. What would you like the power to do? Copyright 2023 Bank of America, N.A.
Just a short drive from Sacramento to North Stockton is where you'll find the best luxury car buying experience anywhere. Mercedes-Benz of Stockton welcomes you to come down and test drive a new C-Class vehicle or experience a new, gorgeous Mercedes-Benz EQ electric car or SUV. And they're happy to deliver your new Mercedes-Benz to your driveway. Family-owned Mercedes-Benz of Stockton, mbofstockton.com.
KHTKAM Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento.
Take it on the local level.
Live and local, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., Monday through Friday.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios, Sactown Sports. The Carmichael Dave Show.
He's on the microphone when he's not on the microphone. He's playing a song, and when he's not playing a song, he's on the microphone, and then
boom, with Jason Ross.
No, he didn't. Yes, he did.
Call or text at 916-339-1140.
It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross on Sactown Sports.
Joining us right now, under absolutely no obligation to do so, other than he's a good guy and he probably knew you were going to be on the show, Kayte. So
let's be honest, you're not the draw here.
100% not the draw. The executive of the year in the National Basketball Association, which based on recent arguments means he's the world executive of the year. The one, the only, the lovely, the talented Monte McNair. Monte, it's David. Kayte, good morning.
Definitely here for Kayte and not for Dave. So
glad we cleared that up. Yes.
Yeah.
How are you, buddy?
I'm great. It's the weird part where I'm excited to have a little time to myself and see the family, but very ready to get this thing going and see what we got. So I'm trying to enjoy the downtime, but whenever the season hits, I'll be ready and excited.
Well, and every year we talk, when you say see the family, it takes you progressively longer to see the entire family because you keep adding to it. So we want to underline how much we appreciate you giving us some time today.
Well, this is the last edition, so we're done at 4. Everybody keeps saying, you need to go for one more for the basketball team, but my wife is the best hooper in the family, so she will round out the starting 5, and I'll just be like usual, sitting on the bench somewhere.
Well, let's get right to it then. Yesterday, it was great to see you and Sasha Vezenkov and get to hear from him. The maybe most important question I have about that entire presser, do you have a closet lined with puffy vests? Are they team issue? Are they available for purchase? And if so, could there be a Monte McNair line of puffy vests at a store nearest you coming up very soon?
Well, the coaches, they no more suits, right? They kind of got their game day attire.
Yes.
And we used to wear, like the front office, you'd wear a suit. And we started 0-4 last year when I was wearing full suit. And then the puffy vest came in and we were winning. And, credit to Wes Wilcox, who was wearing these vests for a long time. I'm trying to get the whole front office on board. And I started with one. I had a second one last year, but I think the closet's getting filled with some because we got to match each other, the uniform.
Yeah.
We got to have our game day vest. So it's growing.
Well, Monty, obviously there is no real off season. You know, you are constantly working to improve this team. I thought one of the great things that Sasha said in his press conference yesterday had to deal with how much he saw you guys while he was playing internationally. And how important is that when you are going over to evaluate players, you're assessing them, but you also want them to see you physically there. I know you guys do a lot of travel. There's a lot of miles between all of you in the front office, but talk about the importance of that in terms of really letting a player know, like, hey, we think you're special. You're important. We want you.
Well, especially in this day and age, it's a two-way street. These guys, it's a big decision for them, whether they're a free agent in the NBA and choosing where they want to play, or somebody like Sasha choosing to come over to a different country and try his hand in the best league in the world. So, for us, it's getting to know him. So we feel like, we can make our decision. Do we want to try and add him to our team? That became a pretty easy yes for us. And at that point, it was, how do we get to know him, make him comfortable so that he can make the best decision for him and his family. And, we're certainly thrilled that for him, that choice was the Kings. And I think Kings fans are going to be pretty thrilled as well.
Let me ask you from just a pure scouting standpoint, the difference, if any, beyond the foundations of scouting a player in college and scouting a player in an established foreign league. And then does age, you're scouting a 19-year-old. What could he grow into? You're scouting a 27-year-old. This is what he is. What are some of the differences between scouting a Sasha Vezenkov versus scouting a Davion Mitchell?
So a couple big differences. One is in college, you have the benefit of just a huge number of guys that have gone to college, come to the pros, very natural pipeline. So you have a lot of players to compare to. The hard part is you're projecting a 19, 20, 21-year-old. I don't know what you were doing at that age, Dave and Kayte, but certainly
I was on the right path. Dave was on the wrong path.
Yeah. But that's the point is a lot of it is projection. And what are these guys going to do as they come into their bodies, come into the NBA, come into money, all those types of things. Internationally, you got somebody like Sasha, he's 27, just turned 28. So we know he's in his athletic prime and what he's going to do physically and on the court. But the translation, now we have had many more players come over from international, but not quite as many as college. And so trying to find those comps. The good thing is these days, he's playing for an international team. He's playing in a domestic league. He's playing in the EuroLeague, which is the second best league in the world. And so you can have more confidence in what those guys are going to do. And we certainly know there's a lot of successful international players coming to the NBA these days, as we've seen from recent finals, MVPs, et cetera.
As we talked to GM Monte McNair, I just want to piggyback that real quick because it has always amazed me, and I mean no disrespect to any of these players, but you could Google NCAA most outstanding player in the Final Four, and it's amazing to me the amount of players that either didn't make it to the NBA or they did, and their NBA careers are just nowhere near as successful or dominant as they are in college. And I've always had such a grand admiration for scouts, for you guys and doing what you do. How do you know the difference? This guy's killing it in college. How the hell do you know that that's not going to transfer to the NBA, usually with a lot of really a high level of success?
Well, yeah, credit to our scouts. These guys have been on the road and watching film for years and years. And but it's a fine line. I think part of it is the humility to know that you don't know all of it. Otherwise the recent MVP would not have gone in the second round, and point to a lot of other guys who have gone later in the draft or even undrafted that have had successful NBA careers. But on the flip side, we've seen what it takes to win in this league and the characteristics those guys have. And it's a scouts, analysts, what everybody's doing all year. And as I've said, it's usually a 2, 3, 4 year process. to get to that point where you got your draft board. It's a credit to the work that everybody puts in, and then they come here, and then it's on them, on the coaches, on the player development staff to get them to the point where they can produce on the NBA floor. It doesn't just stop at the draft. So certainly a hard thing to do, but at the same time, these guys are so talented. Often it stands out and makes our job just a little bit easier.
Monte, I want to ask you a little bit about roster construction, because that is the most difficult thing, is to balance a roster, right? Because you can go in, you can have the list of needs, the list of people of interest going into free agency, into the offseason, all of that, the draft, and then it's about filling it out. But there's almost been a little bit of a shift from last year to this year. We were pretty thin when you look at bigs last season, and that doesn't appear to be the case anymore. A little bit thinner, kind of, with the small shooting guards, that kind of thing. What is it like for you, and what do you look at when you go to fill out a roster, and how much does what you saw last season dictate kind of the direction you take it in for the following season?
Yeah, certainly there's a part of it that's trying to figure out where you were good and where you were not so good last year, and try to fill some of those holes. At the same time, it's given Coach Brown options. We saw in the Minnesota game last year in overtime, I believe Sabonis fouled out, and Trey Lyles goes in and plays the 5 and gives us more of a shooting threat that kind of opens up the lane, and we have a great overtime and win there. And in the playoffs, you got to figure out whether you're going to have to match up with Jokic or Draymond Green at the 5. And so just trying to give Coach options, give him guys that can help us win in a variety of areas. Obviously, our top guys are going to play every game, but there's going to be other times, whether it's injuries, matchups. We've got to have some variety on the bench for Coach to point to and say go in there and help us win. So it's not always a perfect system, but just trying to do the best we can to bring in guys that we think can help us, and hope that the fit matches up with what we're seeing with our eyes.
Kings GM Monte McNair joining us, the reigning executive of the year. I don't get tired of saying that. To go with our reigning coach of the year as well. It's a nice battery to have. Monte, we've talked to you since the day you got here, and you've had this consistent philosophy of you want to build a sustained winner, a sustained contender, not in and out. And if we talked a year ago, today, and we did, it was the monkey on the back of a 16-year record playoff drought. Well, congrats. You made it, and you were the 3 seed, and you got your awards in the front office, and the coach got his awards, and Domas and De'Aaron were all stars and all. I mean, it's so awesome to see. But now what's the difference in pressure now? What is the difference going into this year? I imagine it's a different kind of pressure.
Yeah, for sure. We talked last 3 years about, the acknowledging the kind of elephant in the room, so to speak, but trying not to let it affect us too much. Now that that's finally gone, you're right. It's a different type of pressure. It's the pressure to live up to what we've started building. It's going to be tough in the West. It always is. And so it's not, it's not like 48 wins in the 3 seed is our floor. We got to go earn that. We got to go out there for 82 games and, put ourselves in position that we can then take the next step, which is, winning a round or 2 or 3 in the playoffs. And, it's not always going to be a linear path, but taking on those pressures of, we're not going to sneak up on anybody. We have 11 ESPN TNT games this year, another 11 on NBA TV. So, a quarter of our games are on national TV. I think we really, throughout the year, and certainly I think the playoffs is where, the casual fan across the country finally saw what we're doing here. And so, we're no secret anymore. And now it's a different type of pressure, a different type of expectation to go out and not just make the playoffs, but advance once there. So It's going to be fun. I think it's going to be exciting. It's going to be tough. We're going to deal with some adversity along the way, whether that's injuries or a losing streak or something like that. Last year was pretty dreamlike. It's not always going to be like that. And it's, okay, you got a 4-game losing streak in January. How are you going to pull yourself up and get back, into the playoff picture where you want to be? So we're going to run into those things, and it's about, I think we got the coaching staff, we got the type of player to do that. But as always, you got to actually go out and do it.
I want to ask you about that, Monty. Obviously, you mentioned that a quarter of the games on national TV. That's something that last year was a little bit of a sticking point for, I know me personally on the broadcast, even though, yes, I want to broadcast all of our games. I also want the national audience to be aware of what's going on, because the narrative about Sacramento has been so dismal now for so long. So yes, it is going to be so different heading into this season because you're not a surprise anymore. Can you talk a little bit about how you manage that from a roster standpoint? I imagine it's a little bit like, you're like a proud papa, right? You've got your kids and you've chosen all these people. You have a special affinity for everyone that you've put on this roster. Is there someone last year that was a dark horse that maybe people were not prepared, maybe underestimated a little bit, that you were very proud of what they did, or it surprised you? And then who would that person be this year when, more eyes are on this team?
Well, starting at the beginning, I think the great thing about sports and the NBA is you win and everything takes care of itself. So maybe not as quickly as you would want, but yeah, we won last year and we're going to be on national TV 20 times. And back to what David asked earlier, we win and guys like Sasha and others want to come play for us. And so that's step one. And there were so many guys that stepped up for us last year. To single one out is hard. I mean, Keegan coming in, that's a lot of pressure for a young man. And to slide into the starting lineup, I believe he was the only rookie who ended up starting in the playoffs, right? That's not a natural thing, but this team was built to win. And he's got De'Aaron Fox and Domas Sabonis, all NBA guys around him, counting on him. You got Kevin Huerter, who'd been in the conference finals, obviously Harrison Barnes, who's a champion, and that's your starting lineup, and you slide a rookie in there. But then, off the bench, you got somebody like Trey Lyles, a first-round pick. He had kind of bounced around the league to come in here, and I think he set it to find a home and play some just huge minutes for us down the stretch and into the playoffs. That was huge. I think one guy that Coach Brown has pointed out that just embodies a lot of what he preaches is Alex Len. So, you sit on the bench for a huge chunk of the year. We're down to playing must-win games, and Alex is the guy out there because he stayed ready. And whenever Mike pointed at him, whether he was expecting it or not in that game, he went out and gave all he had. So, I think for us, obviously we brought a lot of the same guys back, but you point to a Sasha Vezenkov, and I think our fans have started to watch highlights and embrace a little bit of Sasha. But again, I think the rest of the league is going to, kind of be a little behind that. And so seeing him out there, and then, the other one that's kind of a change of scenery guy for us is going to be Chris Duarte. And, excited to see him come in. Obviously he's played with Sabonis. But so much of this league is just context dependent. And I think our system and the players he's going to be surrounded with will be great here.
Monte McNair joining us, and so much of this league they say is copycat and or parallel path. I'm fond of often saying on the show that there are some fun similarities between the Kings and the defending world champions, from the defensive-minded coach that somehow runs an amazing offense, to the great point guards, to the centers that are amazing passers, to the tall, lanky, young shooter, et cetera, et cetera. But the counter to that is that there's that defensive stopper in the starting lineup still isn't there yet, and that's what pushed them over the top. That's what I say, and I'm a goofus, as you know. The counter to that is that, well, hold on. Did you see the way this team played sustained defense in the playoffs last year against the Golden State Warriors? So for you, is that still something you're looking at as a weakness, having that can guard 3-4 players type of shutdown? Or are you optimistic this year that Coach Brown can really help bring those defensive philosophies it seemed people were buying into in the playoffs over an 82, maybe 83 game regular season?
Yeah, it's going to have to be both. I think for us, we've talked about what made us special last year was having the number one offense. And what we need to do is maintain that and improve our defense. And, one easier way to do that is that you have internal improvement, because we know what this group can do offensively, right? I think we saw, like you said, in the playoffs, we saw different times where Keegan could take a big matchup, where De'Aaron would step up his game. Obviously, Harrison Barnes, has a long history in this league of guarding multiple positions. But, can we get more out of the guys we have? At the same time, we look to bring in guys like Chris Duarte, who, can be a two-way player. And that's, for us, we talk a lot about, we got to find two-way guys. We need our guys to play both ends, because you can't just play one way in this league and expect to win at the highest level. But at the same time, we can't just, plug one hole and let another one open up. So we got to continue to maintain, and then raise levels in areas we're deficient. And like you said, I think a second year with Coach Brown and his defense, with a lot of the same guys back, that continuity, that's going to help us. We already saw that in the playoffs, where if guys continue to buy in and do what's asked of them, we'll see that defensive rating rise.
When the schedule comes out every year, Monty, I know from a broadcast perspective how I look at it. Like I've looked and studied through the end of the calendar year, and that was a little bit depressing for me as it was. You look at the schedule, and listen, the NBA schedule is brutal for everybody. I'm curious, when you looked at the schedule after it came out, what stood out to you? What are things you're like, oh, that's going to be a tough road trip or a tough 4 or 5 game stretch? Is that how you look at it and evaluate, or are you like, all right, let's go, let it rip?
Yeah, I used to say, it's 82 games, how they're going to shake it. Now I guess it's 80 games and then 2 that we're not sure of because of the new in-season tournament. But it's all the same. And anytime you got what looks like a tough stretch because of maybe a bunch of road games or back-to-backs, that just means you got some more home games or days off coming up. So at the end of the day, the league does a great job. They continue to do a better job with scheduling, making it as fair as possible. For the most part, there's not going to be big differences. Obviously, we're gonna have to travel a little bit more, being far out here on the West Coast. But I think until they get what do they call it in Star Trek, the transporter, where you just snap your fingers and you're across the country. That's not going to change. We're going to have to get on a plane and go east. But no, we try not to look too much at that. We just complain about it when it comes up during the season, and it's just kind of a rite of passage.
Well, that 7 game trip I looked at, and I was like, we got to go to Florida twice. It's crazy to me how they manage the schedule and how they do it. And obviously it's games, it's concerts, it's the arenas that they all have their other events that are going on. But yeah, I mean, I think that the interesting part about it is the TV schedule also impacts your schedule.
Yeah, no, it's and that's a good problem to have. That means some more Thursday nights and Sundays. But on the flip side, as long as teams got to come in here to Golden 1 40 plus times a year,
right,
that's going to give us a pretty darn good chance.
Let's also remember they serve warm cookies on the plane, so let's just calm down about
you
the travel.
Know
Kayte.
nothing about travel, Dave.
Wrapping up the conversation, I'd like to say goodbye to Kings GM Monte McNair, and I would like to welcome in Princeton University educated fantasy football expert.
Yes, you wanted to get to this,
Monte McVest, and as we talk about the upcoming fantasy football league, it's just a couple minutes here. Monte, I've said it before, and people know you're a fantasy football guy. I think you still have a whole website dedicated to fantasy football and the like.
Really?
Yeah, because he's totally not a nerd about fantasy football. Yeah, there's no web. I think didn't you write a program or something about fantasy football or drafting?
Dave, I don't know how many. I think some Kings fans still think I don't know, maybe not the biggest nerd out there, but I guess that's going away.
You blew your cover.
With love.
But yes, my brother actually also a programmer by trade. So we've done some things to spice up our league, and it makes it fun when you can go back and brag about all your victories from 17, 18 years ago. So why not?
Are you a PPR guy preferably?
We have points per first down. So we try to spice it up a little bit, which kind of bridges the gap between PPR and standard. So you got to get guys that are going to, shockingly help you win games by getting first downs, touchdowns, and not just catches behind the line of scrimmage to give you a free point, Dave.
So you got to know more.
Oh, here's how I can judge the leagues generally.
You got to be Princeton educated.
It's a really good way to judge leagues. Monty, give me an average every day, any old week final score in your fantasy league.
I think we're up to an average in like around 90 these days, 85 to 90. But part of that is the first downs, and then I think we got some funky defense stuff that we've thrown in there. But
does anyone in your front office, are they in your league, or is this like a completely separate?
This is mostly started with mostly some college friends, but over the years we picked up, my brother's in it, some high school friends, some friends of friends. So we're not for the faint of heart. So we've had some people quit. Although I would say as kids and jobs and other things come in, we've dialed that back a little bit, and it's more for fun. We fit in between diaper changes and
life
and doing the day job.
If in your league, have you already drafted yet?
We just had our draft. I would say I'm a co-favorite with a couple others. So
okay,
yeah.
If you had, I assume you didn't. If you had the number one pick in that draft, who would you have grabbed?
I think Christian McCaffrey's probably number one this year, although Justin Jefferson, who's on my squad this year, is we only have one running back, one flex, not two and a flex.
Okay.
So running backs may be a little less important. But the good thing is, your friends, as you guys know, from way back ago, they don't really care what your day job is. And so when I finished, I don't even know, 12th out of 16 last year, there was a lot of, wait, you run an NBA team?
You get paid to do that.
You get paid to do this, and you can't beat 3/4 of us. So a lot of good natured ribbing. And, for me, I'm just looking to get my third fantasy football championship, and then followed up with my first NBA championship. That would be a great year.
All right. All right.
Are there punishments in your league?
It's a keeper league, and if you get last, you lose your keeper. So it's I would say we've had a lot of sentiment in our league that it is more nerve-wracking being in the final biggest loser game than it is being in the championship game.
Yeah.
And it is it makes it a lot of fun to just see those folks freaking out over text message and email. So it's been a good addition to our league.
Last thing for you, you've been very generous with your time. The most important question I'm going to ask you, the most important question maybe you've gotten all off season. Do you consider the NBA champion the world champion?
Sasha handled this one well.
I saw it.
I will just say I don't care what they call it, but as long as we're raising the Larry O'Brien trophy, I will be very, very happy at the end of the year. So NBA champion, world champion, just plain champion. I don't think Kings fans will care.
As long as you got the bling on your finger, right? Who cares?
That's right.
Congratulations to you, and I always like to say, because I know you say it all the time, you and your staff, that award, I know, and you tell me all the time, and anyone else who will listen, that is Monty's award, but also all the people that work in and around, that work so hard that the public doesn't necessarily know. Congratulations to all of you. Obviously, Mike Brown, the whole team. I know in the off season, I'm sure you had people coming up to you, thanking you, shaking your hand. It's just a little bit different, as you know, here in Sacramento. And but we're 0-0 now, onward and upward. And we look forward to talking to you throughout what I hope is a very, very exciting year, my friend.
Well, I will say Katie's video popped up from when we made the playoffs last year.
Aw.
When she got a little emotional. I know,
Nice. Bawled
Dave,
like a
you were on.
baby.
Dave was on TV. I think it was the Portland game when we clinched.
He was crying.
And so it was really special for our staff, not just personally, but to see all that and see the fans. And it was a lot of fun. But I hope the next crying we're doing is because we're lifting an even bigger trophy. So that's our task these days.
Just for the record, I had jalapeno popcorn I was eating, and I
He's
wiped
lying.
my eye.
All right.
And that's what happened.
Thank you for your time.
Emotional.
Thank you for your time. Yeah, because I'm a woman. I'm naturally
I didn't
emotional,
say it.
Dave.
Monty, thank you. Get out while you can, buddy. Talk to you soon.
Thank you, guys. Thanks, Katie. Thanks, Dave.
Bye-bye.
Thanks, Monty. Take care. That is King's GM.
He goes, oh.
I know. He's like, I gotta go now. We'll take a break when we return. I don't care. That was awesome. I don't care what we do when we return, but I will tell you right now. And by the way, you can check that out in its entirety, SactownSports.com, and also the Sactown Sports YouTube page. Again, thanks so much to Monty for joining us. I want to talk to you about my friends at American Energy. American Energy Heating and Air, keeping you cool, keeping you warm. I don't know why I'm singing. Honestly, I do. I'm actually kind of giddy, and not I don't mean Josh. I love talking to Monty, and I love how close we are to the start of the season. I know there's a lot of pressure, and I know that terrible things could happen, and it's hard for a pessimist like me not to think that way, but it's just so awesome to be in good hands and to know that we got about as good a shot as anybody this year. That's a feeling we haven't had in a long, long time. It really makes me happy for everybody in this community that has worked and suffered and gone through so much. Back to my friends at American Energy. It's the end of summer blowout, all systems. Right now, $2,500 off full systems, as low as $34 a week, by the way. And American Energy Heat and Air offering a free Wi-Fi smart thermostat of your choice on high-efficiency units. That makes the uncomfortable comfortable, whether it's summer, whether it's the winter coming up. It's a limited offer. It expires September 30th, so get in today. 916-520. 9990. That's 916-520-9990. AmericanEnergyAir.com. Tell them your good buddy Carmichael Dave sent you. We'll take a break. When we come back, celebrity birthdays, we'll go streaking. And don't forget, we got a Friday Fun and Games, Nate Littlefield edition. Be excited, be scared, be both. We'll be back right after this.
It's Whitey and Watkins on Sactown Sports.
Of course, the Warriors are trying to ruin this Sacramento show. Of course, I shouldn't be surprised that this is probably.
I don't think you should go there.
Where did that come from? What is that origin? What a wet blanket he's become. Okay, I was born with the wet blanket.
You merely adopted it.
Unlike Trey Lance, I was born with it.
It's Whitey and Watkins from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. on Sactown Sports.
What's up? We're talking to Chad Hoblet of Hoblet Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, Ram, and Woodland. Why drive all the way to Hoblet for Chrysler's Labor Day sales event?
Because if you go somewhere else, you're paying too much. No one beats Hoblet when it comes to price and service. Right now, you can save nearly $16,000 off MSRP when you lease a new 2023 Jeep Wrangler 4xe. There are so many to choose from, and even more purchase options. This Jeep will get you where you need to go and save you money on gas getting there.
Oh, Chad, you got any deals on something a little sportier?
Yes, you can save up to $7,500 off MSRP on new 2023 Dodge Charger SXTs. You can't beat this mix of technology and American muscle. Plus, no one beats Hoblet service and overall selection.
There it is. Stop by Hoblet Dodge in Woodland today for a test drive or see their entire inventory online at hobletdodge.com. Unbeatable prices, unbeatable selection. Nobody beats Hoblet, period.
15,900 total net savings for lease option only after 12/250 factory rebates and 36/50 dealer discounts. Rebates include $7,500 federal tax credit. Consult your tax professional for details. Lease offers subject to approval through Stellantis. $7,500 total net savings on new 2023 Dodge Charger SXTs after $3,500 factory rebates and $4,000 dealer discounts. Rebates may include $500 first responder bonus cash for qualifying first responders only. 5 net savings. See dealer for details.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by the Roseville Auto Mall.
I'm Tamara Berg in the KCRA 3 Weather Center. It's Friday, it's September 1st, and we've got changes we can feel. The clouds have raced in, the breeze is steady. Daytime highs will drop off to mid-70s with a chance of maybe a few sprinkles. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
It only comes once a year. The spectacular Labor Day sales event at the Roseville Auto Mall. You'll save on every make and model in stock. Plus, there's excellent financing and factory discounts available at the Roseville Auto Mall. Driven to be the best.
The summer patio sale is here at Amy's Outdoor Living in Sacramento and El Dorado Hills. Save from 40 to 70% on all in-stock furniture. From their top brands like Brown Jordan, Tropitone, and Woodard, all umbrellas also priced to move, and you can save hundreds on all in-stock Traeger and Weber grills, plus those scratched and dented floor models. Stop by and sample pizzas cooked on the big green egg. That's all this Saturday from 11 to 2. Listen, this is Amy Outdoor Living's biggest sale of the year. Do not miss these great savings. Amy's Outdoor Living, El Camino near Watt. That's the one I grew up going to. And inside Amy Ace Hardware in the El Dorado Town Center. This Saturday, 11 to 2. Biggest sale of the year. Don't miss it. Get down to Amy's today and you tell them Carmichael Dave sent you.
Y'all ready to do it again, Sacramento? Country in the Park 2 is coming to Heart Health Park at Cal Expo Saturday, September 9th with Cole Swindell, Chris Jansen, Dylan Scott, and more. Plus, a mechanical pool, line dancing saloon, and all the food. Tickets start at $40 or grab your Coors Light Y'all Access passes for $125. For more info, visit SactownSports.com. Country in the Park 2, brought to you by Carl's Jr., Naturewood Home Furnishings, Building Kits Schools, and New Dawn Treatment Centers.
From local town councils to Capitol Hill, agents who are realtors are standing up for what's right. We're here protecting property rights. Here advocating for the issues that affect our neighborhoods. Here championing fair and equitable housing for all. Because we are realtors, bound by a code of ethics, driven to serve our communities. We're here for it all. Here for you. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors. That's who we are.
Whether you're shopping for your favorite Honda online or in person, you'll see why Stockton Honda is the #1 Honda dealer in Northern California and why buying from Stockton Honda couldn't be smoother. Visit in person or online at StocktonHonda.com, where your favorite Honda is ready for you.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
#1 claim based on 2022 total new and Honda certified pre-owned vehicle car sales from American Honda Motor Company's own one report.
Sactown Sports
Headlines.
I'm Nate Littlefield. These are your Sactown Sports headlines. Yesterday, the Sacramento Kings introduced their newest player, Sasha Vezenkov. The EuroLeague MVP gave a charismatic intro to Sacramento, and he will wear the number 7. The Kings also made an interesting move after that. They signed the 3-time NBA champion, JaVale McGee. This move adds some more competition to the backup center role, along with Nimi Kayte, Nerlens Noel, and Alex Len. Those are the headlines. Now we do the fun last half hour of this Friday edition of the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
It's time to go streaking.
We're going streaking! Yeah!
Who is the Nostradamus of MLB? Who can keep the streak going? It's time to go streaking.
What the hell are you doing?
We're streaking!
All right, Nate Littlefield, let's go streaking.
The fear in Katie's eyes is I feel bad for her.
Why?
It's not fear. I'm just going to let everyone know that. It's anger.
What are you angry about now?
How many times today have I had to be like, Dave, get in here. You're down socializing with the KMCI
This
people.
is a fight I get in with my wife all the time, weirdly enough.
I'm not your wife.
What did you just say? You said, how many times have I had to? And that's the key.
Oh, he's turning it around.
This is where the logic break happens.
Okay.
You didn't have to do it. You chose.
Yeah, I chose
which
to
was
do
unnecessary.
it because even though this is not my show, I'm a professional.
I know what the time is.
No, you don't.
You don't.
I know what
Thank
time
you.
it is. Nate,
It's
you
close.
Can be
It's
a
close.
witness. Have I ever been late for a segment because I was talking to the KNCI people? Shut up. Don't answer.
It's just you put me in a box.
I do,
here, man.
I do.
Yeah,
I do. That's okay.
I gotta get out of here.
Okay,
I gotta get out of this box.
Celebrity birthday's coming up shortly. Nate, let's go streaking. How did it all work out? Nate informed me during the break that he had no idea. So we're going to go ahead and do this manually.
Yeah.
Let's see. Jay Mars decided to pick Ronald Acuna Jr. I can tell you he did get a hit.
He got a hit.
He got a grand salami, and that puts Jay's cute little streak at 4. Kyle, Ryan, and Nate, I guess, have their own combined team.
Am I doing your show Monday? Because I'm not going to make a pick if...
Nate, I have no idea, but just make a pick anyways. I don't know who's doing my show. By the way, you will not be doing my show Monday because we're off for Labor Day.
I am doing a Monday show, though.
Oh, you are?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. If you're doing a show, it'd be Tuesday, and I don't know who's working with me next week. I don't know who's working with me barely today. But
I'm not, because on Tuesday, we start the Return of the Empire from 6 to 7 p.m. right here on Sactown Sports.
Oh, wow.
On the air.
I can't believe you didn't do the breaking news banner. All right. Juan Soto was who you all picked, and no hits for Juan Soto.
Oh, that's...
I'm sorry, it's over. It's over now. The streak is over. I did it myself.
That was good.
Thank you. Katie, she picked Julio Rodriguez.
No, I didn't.
That's what it says.
That
here.
was from the other day.
Yeah, that's from the day before.
Well, that's what.
All this is the other day. That's the point. That's what
so these are from. So none of these are right.
No, I picked Giancarlo Stanton.
None of these are right.
Okay. Well, then here's what I know, because this is not my neck of the woods.
Well,
fine. You know who
we're running out of time.
You know what matters?
To do celebrity birthdays.
You know what matters? I picked Austin Riley. He got a hit. I'm at 8. That's all that matters. I am 2 away.
Okay.
From tying the record.
Did I get a hit?
Who'd you pick?
Stanton.
Giancarlo Stanton. All right. Go ahead, hit the celebrity birthday thing while I find if what the hell the Yankees did. Giancarlo Stanton yesterday.
We got to be quick here
I'm
because
sorry, it's over. You're a loser. She didn't get a hit because
I'm not playing this game anymore.
Okay.
Birthdays.
Brought to you by Crumble Cookies, Dave.
Crumble Cookies are so great. They're the best in the Golden State.
Oh, I like that one.
Thank you very much. Crumble Cookies are meant to be spent with
birthdays.
Should I say birthdays? With family and friends. And listen, nothing brings family and friends together better than our good friends at Crumble. That's CRUMBL. Crumble Cookies. Get yourself some today.
All right, first one. Zendaya. There's a Zendaya. My apologies.
Katie.
I'm going to say, oh gosh, I'm totally guessing 23.
I'll say 24.
27.
Yes.
Oh, wow.
No idea.
She looks like she's 12.
I do not know this.
So jealous of these young girls.
Dr. Phil, are you jealous of him?
Well,
nope, not really.
I'm going to say you go first this time.
Okay, Dr. Phil is 67.
Dang it, that is exactly what I was going to say. Dang it. I'm going to
Sure
say
was.
68 then.
Katie, good job. 73.
Wow.
You went above. It was the right move.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to skip to tomorrow because the birthdays today are kind of lame. We got Keanu Reeves for Saturday.
All right, I went first last time. You go first.
47?
Way too low. Keanu Reeves, I'll say, is 52, and I'm probably low.
Yeah, he looks 47. 58.
You're lying.
You're lying.
He's a good-looking man.
Yeah.
All right, last one here since we got to get going. Brandon Ingram. Happy birthday.
28.
Oh, you went first twice in a row. That's fine because you're wrong. He's 27.
Dave, on a technicality, 25.
Thank you.
He's young. I did not think he's 25.
By the way, for the record, I will be taking Frederick Freeman because I got to keep the streak going. This is for 9.
I'm not taking anybody because I'm not going to be here.
Okay.
Thank
Well,
the
while
Lord.
the city weeps over Katie not taking anyone, we'll be right back with a crosstalk. What day is it? And of course,
what day?
What day is it? And the Nate Littlefield with the Friday Fun and Games. Don't go away. We're right back.
Need the breakdown of the latest 49er game?
Everybody, Team Trey, Team Brock. Nobody likes Sam. I mean, to me, they're all 49ers. I don't care who plays.
Want to know what to expect from the Beam team this season?
I don't honestly know who's going to have a better record, the Warriors or the Kings. That's interesting because the Warriors did have a lot of injuries last year, but they're also old.
Got to get that MLB fix down the stretch?
Looking for articles from your favorite hosts.
For all that and more, visit SactownSports.com.
Just a short drive from Sacramento to North Stockton is where you'll find the best luxury car buying experience anywhere. Mercedes-Benz of Stockton welcomes you to come down and test drive a new C-Class vehicle. Or experience a new, gorgeous Mercedes-Benz EQ electric car or SUV. And they're happy to deliver your new Mercedes-Benz to your driveway. Family-owned Mercedes-Benz of Stockton, mbofstockton.com.
When you're young, life is full of choices. Don't let opioids like highly addictive and deadly fentanyl take away your life and your choices with just one wrong pill. Addiction is a disease that can affect anyone at any age, but there is a choice to get help for this disease. Find medically proven treatment options, including virtual, at choosemat.org.
In this market, you'll find Fisher Investments is different than other money managers.
Different how? Aren't we all just looking for the hottest stocks?
Nope. We use diversified strategies to position our clients' portfolios for their long-term goals.
You don't just provide cookie-cutter portfolios?
No, we tailor our clients' portfolios to their goals and needs.
But you still sell investments that generate high commissions for you, right?
No, we don't sell commission-based products. We're a fiduciary, the highest standard of care for a financial advisor. It means we're obligated to act in our clients' best interest.
So when do you make more money? Only when your clients make more money?
Yep, we have one transparent management fee structured, so we do better when our clients do better.
Sounds like you really look out for your clients.
We do, because our priority is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. That might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly, different money management.
Investments in securities involve the risk of loss.
I like daffodils, tulips, the big dinner plate dahlias. I loved being in the garden, but I wasn't going to be able to because I couldn't not only walk, but I couldn't really stand on my foot without being in pain. It was excruciating. So my husband said, let's go to the Good Feet store.
For over 20 years, we've helped people like Terry live the life they love without letting their feet get in the way.
This nice young man said, I think I can help you. He got the arch support and I was fitted. And I kept walking back and forth across the store. And I looked at my husband and burst into tears because it was the first time in a year that I have not had any pain in my foot. I have had no pain since the day I bought them. Now I can do whatever I want. There isn't any place on my property that doesn't have flowers blooming 365 days a year. I still can't believe it. My name is Terry, and that's my Good Feet story.
See what we can do for you with a free personalized arch support fitting at the Good Feet store.
The Good Feet store. Come in now for a free arch support fitting and test walk.
It's time for the news of the day.
The latest headlines, the biggest stories, hard-hitting analysis.
Yeah, this is none of those things. And now, here's Carmichael Dave and Jason Ross.
Hey, Jason Ross. But it's
That's not why we're clapping, though.
It's Whitey Gleason. It's Chris Watkins. Yay! And if you tuned in during the break, you're welcome for we had a round table about the Bear. It's show on FX/Hulu. And Whitey, I thought you made some great points.
Yeah.
You were.
Didn't you run into the door trying to get out of here?
Also, did anyone confirm? So have you? I'm correct in assuming you haven't watched the show.
I don't want to be overbearing, Dave.
You know.
No, I haven't seen it yet.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, unless you want to give yourself, unless you want to give yourself, high, blood pressure and anxiety, I would probably hold off.
Mm-hmm. Well, we got to get to Friday Fun and Games, but I want to remind you that it is National No Rhyme Nor Reason Day, which you can call that list you make.
By the way, speaking of No Rhyme No Reason, Squid Games?
Yeah.
Squidward's not even in it.
Right?
I'm
so
like,
mad.
Fraudulent.
3 episodes in, I'm like, I don't think we're ever going to see them all. Barnacles.
National No Rhyme Nor Reason Day celebrates words in the English language that have nothing that rhyme with it. Those words include orange, month, silver, spirit, chimney, purple, woman, ninth, and pint.
I've only heard
I take
orange.
that as a challenge for songwriters.
To rhyme with them? Yeah, you can't be like, though, orange rhymes with florange. It has to be a real word.
Isn't Derple a word?
Derple is
for kids?
That's what I refer to you as, but no, it is not a real word. It is not a real word.
Throw that out.
You know what? I'm going to...
Friday Fun and Games brought to you by Violence. That's right. Yes. Some of yours today, apparently, as she tosses things at me. Nate Littlefield, you're in charge.
Oh, boy. Okay.
What are we doing today?
You know it's going to be fun.
No, I don't.
Yes, you do.
I hope it is.
Yet to be
Waiting for that pun to start.
Yeah, we're ready
Here
for
we go.
fun.
Here we go. All right, here goes the fun.
You're a little late.
All right, guys.
Yeah.
Kings trivia.
Prime in Italy.
It's going to be a lot of fun, like I said before. So the hosts will team up, obviously. I mean, so Dave and Katie, and then we're going to have Whitey and Watkins together.
Let's go, Waddy. Sing Rick.
Come on, Rick.
Waddy and Watkins.
Yeah, you guys. Can you guys think of a team name? It's Waddy versus.
Waddy versus Dave.
Durple.
Yeah, we're Team Durple.
Waddy and Durple.
Waddy and Durple. There we go. Screw you, Purple.
All right.
Rhymed.
We're going to have our guests go first, if that's okay.
Is that
for the first trivia question?
Okay.
That's them?
That's going to be Waddy.
Waddy and Watkins.
I would like you guys to tell me which Sacramento Kings player averaged 21.2 points per game during the 01-02 season.
Can I just say, by the way, for the record, I'm 100% on my own in this game. No offense.
Really?
I'm 100% going solo, baby. Brought to you by Chiropractic. Does your back hurt from carrying people?
Well, that stinks.
Yeah,
That's what I would guess.
It's all right.
But yeah.
Who answers? Which one of his answers?
You guys join.
It's a team effort.
Yeah.
And then they
we
can
agree
steal.
on this. This is our answers.
Yeah.
We're gonna say number 4, Chris Webber.
Sorry, not Chris Webber.
Can I steal?
Oh.
Yes.
That'd be Patience Jack.
Yeah.
It is.
That's
Yep.
correct.
Thought about that.
So Team Durple.
Durple.
I should have had Katie.
Scoring was
answer.
down back then, you know.
My bad.
All
What's
right.
that supposed to mean, Nate?
Yeah,
Nothing.
Nate.
Never mind. My bad.
Yeah.
He's scared.
Ajax.
Katie scares me a little bit.
Get used to it, bro.
Yeah.
It's-
Yeah.
Embrace that feeling. All right, what's our question?
It's going to be who led the Sacramento Kings in block shots during the 04-05 season?
God, you got to go back to when I was like in
I don't even know
diapers.
if he played for them during this time, but I'm going to guess Keon Clark.
2004, 2005?
Right? No, of course he didn't.
That's a good guess.
But I said it, so I'll stick with it just to be fair.
Okay. No.
Okay.
All right. Waddy?
Hold on a second. I'm having so much fun right now. Stand it for that fun. Oh my God. The fun
A little late.
is off the chain.
It's not.
No.
It is not what it was advertised
No,
as.
it's Friday. It's just Friday
Nate's doing
games.
it.
Hey,
Friday games.
I had
There
to
you
write
go.
the whole rundown.
you
today.
did. I know. Quit bitching. Who is it?
Should we go with the great Kenny Thomas?
Come
Should we go
on.
Brad Miller.
Let's go with
Greg
yeah.
Ostertag.
I would say either Brad or Greg Ostertag. Let's say Brad.
Oster Brad.
That's
Oster
probably
Brad.
the
Raster
best.
tag.
That's
By the way,
probably
Jason
best.
Ross is in the chat watching. No pressure.
Is it Ostertag's answer?
No, we'll say Brad.
Brad, I think.
Well, you're right. Waddy on the board.
Wow. Good job.
Waddy's on the board.
Why am I
Now I'm
doing
all
that?
self-conscious, guys.
Don't be
Shouldn't
self-conscious.
be.
Jason's in the chat.
All right, so
Onward,
why
upward.
why does it matter if Jason's in the chat?
Well, I'm just saying.
He's
The king
judging
of
you,
Friday
that's
Fun and
why.
Games is judging you. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
Just your job.
Is it fun for you now?
Not that
Are
you
you
care.
having fun yet, Nate?
I'm
We're having so
sweating.
much fun.
I'm sweating. I'm going to have to take my shirt off.
Please don't.
Okay. Oh.
Who did the Kings receive for Bobby Jackson and Greg Ostertag in the 05-06 trade?
Did he go to Minnesota or Houston?
This isn't our question, right?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it is your
Yeah.
question.
Oh, it is.
Yeah, we stole theirs.
I can't
Wow.
give you the hint. I
I'm
know.
sorry. I was
No, yeah.
having too much fun.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
Couldn't keep track of my fun.
Drawing them.
3, 2, 1.
Carl Landry. That's not Carl.
No, it's not. Dave and Katie?
Who did they receive for Greg Ostertag and Bobby Jackson? The correct answer is
Dave
an
Moses.
NBA player.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Find the line. I don't know. I have no idea.
I'm surprised you don't know this.
Billy
Anthony Peeler. No, it wasn't.
Rotterdam.
Fonzie Wells.
Oh, that's
Oh,
I was going to say that.
man.
Okay.
Oh,
How can you forget
I was
that?
going to say that.
Yeah.
This is not going well.
No, it is
Honest
not.
to God,
This is
password
so
every time.
bad. Yeah,
I-
we should have just done
It's
password
fine.
again.
The password is
Fun.
boring. What? Friday games.
This
Nate.
is so bad.
But it's
Can we
all-
do something else?
No, it's super.
No,
No, you
weird.
got to stick
We're
with it
Stick
now.
with it.
Oh
Don't
my
quit.
We don't have time to
What?
pivot.
You just walk away from challenges?
What's the name of the Stockton Kings mascot?
Ah, Dunkson.
Yeah.
Boom.
There you go.
Us.
Got one.
You were so excited
Bootleg
about that.
Slamson. That's who he is. It's Dunkson.
This sucks.
Great value Slamson.
I do have a football feud ready if you need it.
Let's just do that. Let's do
We
that.
don't have enough time for that. We can't reset right now.
Whitey fingers. Is
Nate,
from the bully.
commit.
Yeah, you
Stick
just
with
gotta-
it.
I'm having fun. Let's go.
Sacramento Kings player and coach Reggie Theus played Coach Brian Fuller on what TV show?
Oh.
That's ours, right?
That's
Dang it.
theirs.
It's not me.
Saved by the Bell.
Oh.
No, it's a high school one.
Don't. You can't. You remember this? God.
He pulled it
Hang
back.
time.
It's
You
hang-
can't.
yeah.
He said Saved by the Bell first.
No, I pulled it back.
You can't
Pulled it back.
You can't pull it back, and you can't pull it out.
Now
Okay,
we're
you
having
can't pull it out of
fun.
there.
She's pissed off. We're having a blast. It's Friday fun and games.
I meant like, oh, we're Saved by the Bell. I didn't mean that wasn't my answer.
Yeah, you were
Like,
saying,
hey,
we're saying, oh, we're saved by the bell. Right.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. As a,
All right. 5-2 us.
I just want you to know I'm protesting this win.
Are you taking it to the authorities on National Nothing Rhymes with Orange Day? What an ass. Hey, back to you, Nate.
Who was Chris Webber's sub for the 2003 All-Star game?
Is there a hyena in that room?
Yes.
2003.
2003 because he was hurt.
Yeah.
No, Dave, because he had
Yeah.
a wedding to go
He was
to
pregnant.
that someone didn't look at the schedule.
No, Dave, because he was.
Do you like that one?
Paige Stoyakovich.
Yes. Yes.
look at that.
Way to go,
That's
Durbo.
I mean, Paige Stoyakovich. Yeah.
I don't know.
All right, two more here.
Patience Stoyakovich.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Who scored the first ever points for the Sacramento Kings?
I used to know that.
I wasn't alive, so I
wasn't
not
alive when
common knowledge.
Shakespeare was around, but I know that he wrote some plays.
I want you guys to get this right so we can just do one more winner
Why?
take
We're
all.
having fun.
Oh.
Reggie Theus is like the only guess that I would have. So
I used
like
to
I
know
can't
this.
even name who's on.
I
the
know it.
85 team.
You know who would know this?
Who?
Gary Gerald.
100%.
Jay Mars. Probably
Jay
would,
Mars,
too.
Jason,
Yeah,
I
Jay
think
Mars.
would know.
I used to know it, and it's I don't know.
Yeah.
So you're gonna go with? I don't think that's it, but yeah.
I-
we'll go.
Go with you're going with
I mean,
Reggie?
I don't
Yeah.
feel good about it.
Yeah.
Yes.
You should feel good about it. Because you're right.
Yeah.
Wow.
All right.
You're that
Playing
good.
possum there.
You're
Playing
that good.
possum.
You know?
The last two answers, by the way, have been given by people who had no idea it was the right answer.
What are you talking about?
Okay. This is for winner take all. This is an individual question. We're going off the rails here. It's going to be just.
So
this
it's
is the
just
last
whoever
one.
spits out
Sure.
the answer first?
Is it
No,
tied?
no,
'Cause
it's
we're
who's
tied?
ever closest. It's a number.
Oh, okay. Oh, God. Well, Katie's out.
Come on, dude.
I swear to
What are the
God.
odds of that coming up? Come on. I had to. That was a softball.
Yeah.
What's the question?
How many threes did Buddy Hield take in the 2020-2021 season? Closest answer wins. How many threes did he take, not make?
402.
513.
Good job, Katie.
5. Or is this a team thing? Or
No,
is
it's an individual. Come on,
5.
Rick.
520.
Okay, so you and above. See, if we sandwich her, then we're going to win the game.
Yeah.
Yeah. What did you say? 520.
520.
And you said
513.
512.
721.
Yeah, there you go. We got it.
So I won. Thank you.
That's how many he took
Yes.
to win one season?
Yes. Yes.
Dear Lord.
That's when he got the That's when he got the Kings record.
Holy Shafano.
I think we won.
ball.
Yeah, I think so. I
Yeah, you guys
no,
won.
it was winner.
I think we won.
Yeah.
No one wins.
You know, I
That
think we were
sucked.
all winners from that.
That was not
You
fun.
certainly don't win.
Yeah, no, that was the
You
worst
know who
Friday
won.
fun game.
It was the big
I was
winners,
due
the
for a stinker.
ratings.
Yeah.
That's who
Oh,
won.
the poor ratings.
What's coming up on your show that will be far more
Someone who
entertaining?
knew all those answers, the great
Jerry Reynolds.
Yay. Aw.
Missed you for the crumble cookie thing, but we did our best.
Thanks. Do you think 15 years from now you'll be on the radio talking to Monte McNair?
No, why?
Like that's kind of I was thinking me and Jerry, and it's like
Yeah, then Monty's the
yeah,
old man in the puffy vest.
Yeah.
I got you. Okay, that's Whitey and that's Chris Watkins. Hey, Katie, thanks for coming in. Nate, thank you.
That wasn't on the air, was it?
No, Right?
Okay, good.
No, and I'll stay tuned for them. Have a great Labor Day week, and remember what it's all about. Love you all. See you back here on Tuesday. Bye-bye now.
The first ever NBA in-season tournament schedule is out, and our Kings have some great matchups, including national TV games against the Spurs and Warriors.